Good morning, good afternoon. Welcome to the German Football Fan Club. Got the 3:30 German time, 8:30 here this morning in Winnipeg. The Bundesliga kickoffs. Our feature game this morning will be Werder Bremen against SC Freiburg. Good match between traditional clubs. They're also keeping an eye on Augsburg against Mainz in Augsburg. In that cool Roman tunnel setup they got this season. The teams line up in there. HSV against Heidenheim at the LOSC Park Stadion. Should be a great atmosphere there as usual. And Bayern making the trip west to Hoffenheim. So let's keep it a half an eye on Brighton and Spurs as well. They do. We got a couple new things here. GFFC First 11 got 3 in there. Still 8 spots to claim. Also got our join the GFFC German Fan Football Club, our FC26 Manager mode. That will begin once all the players have been claimed. In the chat, Oro took Jackson Irvine yesterday as the first player drafted. As players come out in Bremen. Wow, look at that tifo from the Bremen fans. Over at Hamburg. Come out at Hamburg. A great tifo behind the goal there. The Bremen Ultras. Heidenheim doing a pretty good job filling out their block. Big trip north to Hamburg. The Legio Augusta out in force in Augsburg. A view at the traveling Freiburg block there in Bremen. There's holding up banner for World Children's Day. Almost ready to go in Mainz, or in Augsburg and Mainz. Hey, there's Mira Muheim, captain for the day for HSV. Select him from the German Fan Football Club. HSV's representative in that team. Switch back to the audio on the Bremen game. Main game this morning, Bremen and Freiburg. underway in Augsburg, underway in Hoffenheim. Underway in Bremen. Run in. Go. Hoping for some good games. Had a lot of goals in the Bundesliga so far. Season. Good matchups. Like clear mismatch, probably Bayern and Hoffenheim, but against every Bayern match is a mismatch. Oh, one ball back well, but it's just back and forth, back and forth. Hmm. There. Good start for Freiburg, pressing them high up the pitch. Oh, good turn under pressure there to get away in his own box. pressing by Freiburg, but good job by Bremen to find the gaps. Taken away by Freiburg there. See how they're trying to funnel Bremen down the side. Good ball inside. Played outside, but they've moved inside there. Bremen fans having a good time there behind the goal. Always. Throw there on the near side. Here. Position headed on very way well. Controlled by Freiburg so far. Far too much on that, unless he was going for goal there. Chance for a throw here up the pitch for Freiburg. Bremen not really able to get much of their half, and a couple of loose long balls that are easily mopped up by the Freiburg defense. Real long throw out to the 6-yard box. Out again though. Freiburg possession. Forward looking for a space to cross. The ball in. Ball taken by the keeper. Bremen coming forward in transition, where they were lethal last week. Overlap. It's the shot away. Good save. That's what Werder Bremen can do. Big 4-0 win last week. It was absolutely lethal in transition. even if they're absorbing a lot of pressure. As long as they're not conceding, there's not in any real trouble. They seem to be by far the best in transition, better in transition than having possession themselves. Pressing by Bremen, forces the ball long. Bremen back in control now. Ball out here to space on the left side. Bremen. Oh, good ball inside. Touch down, touch back. Oh, well blocked. Lean in with the shot. Well wide. Getting control of the scrum again. Off time on free kick in the game against Bayern. Having a chance to come away and transition again. Loose ball almost coming away. Good ball. And just missed this man. The run through the channel there. Unusual for the Bundesliga so far this season. About at least 12 minutes in every game and no goals yet. Oh, there we go, right on cue. Mainz open the scoring. Let's go over there for a second and see what happened. Good job by his teammates to good interception. Augsburg retreating. No one steps up to close them down. Finds the space to shoot and a great finish inside the post there. Absolutely lethal. 1-0 to Mainz in Augsburg. To Bremen. Freiburg controlling the game so far, but not really creating a lot of chances. Dangerous place to be against Bremen if the last game is anything to go by. And well stopped by Baumann in the Hoffenheim Bayern game. Again, the great interception there. Everyone kind of steps off until he cuts it side. Big finish across his body. Kovalev with the taking a yellow for the team there. Cleaning him out. Got the transition counterattack there. Yeah, Augsburg Mainz game. We're coming forward into the box, cuts it back, deflection on goal, but take for the keeper. Penalty shout in the Bayern game, but VAR says no. Ball in there. It actually went all the way across for a throw instead of a goal kick. Oh, great save by the Hasvel keeper. Alexis collaborates with a bicycle kick attempt for Augsburg there. Was onside. Up. Was on target. Good save by Zentna. all over the top there, but a difficult spot for Bremen player. It's sort of settling into controlling the possession now, and to grab holes in the game. Cooling break in Augsburg, it looks like. Be a nice day. Out comes the tactics board for Mainz. Hoffenheim actually looking like they're creating some opportunities here against Bayern, coming off big 4-2 win over Union Berlin last weekend. Bayern demolishing HSV last weekend, as is their usual treatment. Or across there, just loose and wild over bar. We'll break time in Hoffenheim now. Be a hot day in the south of Germany. Luck. -9 degrees in Munich right now. Oh, it's 2-0 to Mainz. I guess Hoffenheim is irrelevant. Seems like Augsburg is On the 50-50 there. Steps around the defender. Through the legs of the goalkeeper. Tough day for Findamen. The best expected saves this season in the Bundesliga. Let in 2 goals so far. Tough day for Augsburg. Both goals so far this afternoon / morning. Dominic Kor getting the second for Mainz. 26th minute. They're not able to get much traction in the Bremen Freiburg game. Heidenheim creating chances again. Bayern in behind, good defending, corner for Bremen. Or throw in, it looks like. Yeah, throw into Bremen. Quickly. Throw into Freiburg. See where the Freiburg fans are there, just in the near corner behind the goal there. Gretzka's in the book. Play again. The team really able to really apply consistent pressure to the other. Mainz creating another great chance there. Just pulled it past the far post. I think both teams sort of figured each other out in the Freiburg Bremen game. All the way back to his own touchline or byline. At a bolo, having to just clear it up into the midfield. At least Freiburg get it though. Showing forward for him. Across the far side there. He has done a pretty good job of getting balls into the box. Kind of off to no one on the far side. One Zoon's a good throw for Freiburg there. Fans keeping things exciting in the stadium. Penalty to Freiburg. What happened there? Watching a miss from Haas-Vau in their game over the bar from inside the 6-yard box. That's, yeah. In recent years, that wouldn't have been a penalty because came up off his leg, but they seem to have changed that rule back this year, so be a penalty. Bad luck. He could really do, but we saw that last week. There's a penalty like that. Penalties confirmed. Freiburg's legend, Vincenzo Grifo, missed 3 penalties last season. Probably like the only 3 of his career. Grifo, what a great penalty. Keeper guessed right. Full stretch, but what a penalty from Grifo. Smash that one into the top corner. Grifo's second goal of the season. They missed all their penalties last year. Not surprising that was what was needed to break the deadlock. Neither team creating a ton of clear-cut opportunities. Bit of luck for Freiburg, bad luck for Bremen. But Grifo making the most of it. 1-0 to Freiburg. We're also underway in Brighton. Brighton and Spurs. Corner to Spurs early. Which well controlled. Oof. Just to take an Agu out hard there. Yellow card to Besta. Not really sure why that would be a yellow card. Foul, I guess, if you want, but yellow seems a little extra. Like a chance for Augsburg. Sandra Wagner, very enthusiastic on the Augsburg bench. Corner here from Schmid for Bremen, looking to strike back, or not corner, free kick near the corner flag. On there in the box. Well, no, in the right spot in the box, all the way out across for a Freiburg throw. Yellow card for Puertas for kicking the ball back onto the pitch. Trying to be sneaky and subtle, but that one's gonna miss that though in this day and age. How things have gone lately, it feels like that's might come back to bite him later. Seen a couple players sent off after getting unnecessary first yellows. Got the makings of a real bad day for him. Fans come to their feet in Bremen. Trying to push the team to get the get back level before halftime. 8 minutes until we hit the 45. Rifo's penalty here, the difference so far for Freiburg. The only other goals this morning in the games we're keeping an eye on. 2 goals for Mainz. Excellent. Excellent goals for Mainz, both turnovers, excellent forced turnovers, and basically right in on goal within seconds. 2-0 there. 0-0 between Bayern and Hoffenheim, and Heidenheim and Haasvau. As Brighton have the opener against Tottenham just now. Minte with the goal. See what happened here. Take away. Spurs don't close him down. So, oh, he's gonna. Oh, it's real close, but I think he's probably gonna be just offside. Minte started with forced turnover. Bought their time. Got him behind. Excellent finish, rounding the keeper. Ball in behind. Romero trying to get back. Got around the keeper well. He poke in from the. Let's see, got in alone. Beautiful goal. He was onside. Goal stands 1-0 to Brighton. Minte. Yanku Minte. The kick opportunity here for Freiburg. Well, let's see how close this offside was. So very close. Close as it gets, but close enough for Brighton. They're in behind again here. Good defending there by Spurs. Forcing that out of play. Good pressing shape from those at 4 Freiburg. Good job to get away from the pressure there. Oh, went down. I have to take a look at that one. That was hard to see why he would go down like that if he wasn't under. It hadn't got the contact. He was into space. I mean, it's a good spot to win a free kick, but there is no contact in this. It's kind of really sad. Let's see. Oh, he did kick him pretty good. That probably should have been a foul. That angle it didn't look like much. It's a tough one. See if this one's a foul. Not sure about that either. Ben's not happy. Thomas Frank looks kind of like an owl. Owl chewing gum. Which I don't mean in a bad way. I like Thomas Frank, but he looks like an owl. Good ball down the channel. Between the two Freiburg players, right to the Bremen defender. Bro, good job. Free kick to Hamburg in great position here, right on the edge of the Heidenheim box. Into the wall, deflects down, comes across. Back into the box, blocked down, and there's the goal for Hamburg. Heidenheim defended well, but they just couldn't get the ball clear. Crash going crazy in Hamburg. Skip over there for the replay. Unlucky for Heidenheim. Everything fell just right for Hamburg there, even there, trying to head it clear. It's the arm. Keeper can't get his feet to it. Good finish. Hamburg have their first goal in the Bundesliga, or at least their first home goal in the Bundesliga. Quite some time. Bayern also getting their breakthrough goal in Heidenheim as well. Now the goal's coming quickly. What a perfectly executed corner. Kane making a good run across the box. Bernardo can't keep up. A beautiful finish inside the near post here. What a goal from Bayern. Well, Bayern shown how it's done. Excellently worked. Free kick. Dangerous to let Harry Kane that kind of space in the box. Perfect run across the box. Perfect ball. A nice height to just redirect it in at the near post. Five-minute stoppage time in Hoffenheim. 5 minutes stoppage time in Augsburg. 2 minutes stoppage time here in Bremen. In game. For a minute to go in the 45 in Hamburg, so I can't see in the stoppage time there yet. 15 minutes gone in Brighton. Lead Tottenham 1-0. Oh, good ball in, touch back. Turns and shoots. Oh, just missed the top corner there. being a beauty from Grifo. Little layoff, good turn. Oh, just hitting that top corner of the goalpost there. And up to the near side here. Oh, beautiful touch around the defender. Into space. Well blocked. Corner to Bremen. 45 seconds left in the half here in Bremen. Bremen. Over the man at the back post. I couldn't quite reach it. A chance for Hoffenheim. As we reach halftime in Bremen. Vincenzo Grifo with the goal from the penalty spot. You can see from the expected goals that Freiburg probably just about worthy this 1-goal lead. All the games at halftime. All the German games at halftime. So as all the 3:30 kickoffs in Germany go to the break, we will go over to Brighton and Tottenham for a few minutes. Brighton breaking quickly in transition. Perfect ball in behind. Not quite. Well defended by the keeper. At halftime in the games we're watching here, Bremen trailing Freiburg 1-0 through a Vincenzo Grifo penalty. Freiburg probably just about getting the better of it, but deserving the 1-goal lead. Bayern lead 1-0 on a great goal from Harry Kane. Perfectly worked set piece. That one's against Hoffenheim away. It's 2-0 Mainz leading Augsburg in Augsburg. Two goals coming off of turnovers that quickly turned back and converted into goals. And it's 1-0 Haas foul leading Heidenheim. I remember quickly, it's their first goal of the season, but at the very least their first home Bundesliga goal. The relegation years ago. 1-0 Brighton leading Tottenham. Goal from Kuba Minte. One turnover. Scored. Great ball in behind. Scored the goal. Good ball forward to Richarlison. Flashes it into the side netting, but good control there. Just got away a little bit. Excellent ball in behind. Or picking out Richarlison. Just couldn't quite get his foot around it. Brighton getting forward quickly in transition when they get the ball. Good shot. Akari just fighting it off. Well work by Brighton again. Ruder with the strike well over the bar. But great job getting around. A little touch around the corner. Swerved wildly that shot there. Spurs back the other way. Ball in, it will drop. Flashes it wide of the far post there. Didn't quite get his foot around it. Van de Ven, the Bundesliga alumni. Formerly of Wolfsburg. Match momentum there between Bremen and Freiburg. Big moment around the goal there. Not quite right with Minter there. But there for now. Back from the medical team. A foul on Richarlison, who stays down in the midfield there. Chance for Brayton to come forward again. Toma out wide. Back to Matoma. Good turn, but well covered. Given away. Vandevel. Bergvall, I should say. Gives it away right back, though. Brayton in dangerous position. Good shot, and he scores. What a goal. Gonna have to check out Vicario on that one. That seemed like that shouldn't have got in, but what a strike by Ari. Carlson down. Bergvall did a good job to cut it out, but then under pressure Gives it away to Matoma. Oh no, I already did. Yeah. See from this angle. Has a bit of space, takes the strike. Cardio probably should have done better there. But it's a great strike to make it 2-0 to Brighton. Bar clears it, no foul in the build-up, and it's 2-0 to Brighton. A bit over 30 minutes gone. And get to the byline, gets around Baliba. Smashed in. Extremely well defended by Van Hecke there. Dangerous ball even without a teammate to get on it. Back across the German games. With Brighton for Spurs for one more second here. Is the Spurs corner where we head back to Bremen for the second half. Well defended by Brighton. Bergvall plays it away from Pedro Porro. For goal kick for Brighton. Out ready to get underway in Bremen. 1-0 Freiburg there. Bayern lead Hoffenheim 1-0. Back underway in Bremen. Bundesliga games to kick off. Back underway in Hamburg as well. Hamburg lead 1-0 after the first half over Heidenheim. Hamburg's manager driving back a little bit late after kickoff. Underway in Hoffenheim, where Bayern lead 1-0 over Hoffenheim. And underway in Augsburg, where Mainz have the 2-0 lead from the first half over the hosts. Going forward. Freiburg have men back, but Bremen momentum can't quite get past the defender. like it's going to be a penalty for Bayern in the first minute of the second half. I hope not. He's got his arm tucked in real close to his body. And another one where it comes off his leg. Looks like. Yeah. Arm away from the body though, so it's gonna count. Handball these days. Bad luck for Hoffenheim. Grifo in a ton of space on the left here. Good ball forward. Ball across, easy take for the keeper. Penalty here for Harry Kane. Chance to make it 2-0. Get another brace. Germany's current number 1, Frank Baumann. Oliver Baumann. And Kane picks the corner. Second of the game, 2-0. Vieira rolling around. And from Arsenal, getting a lot of pain in the box there, down on the ground for Hasvau. Over to the commentary for that game. Both players going for it. Going there. Crowd getting restless in Bremen. Yellow card to Gruel. All by Friedel. Oh, chipped over the top. Bremen get onto it. Headed away, but and that was in all of our games this morning, although all one-sided scores at the moment. What a ball by Kane to pick out Diaz there on the half volley. Wait for Bayern corner. 2-0 Mainz lead Augsburg. Minutes gone. Bayern lead Hoffenheim 2-0 on a brace from Harry Kane. Hasvau lead 1-0 over Heidenheim. Freiburg have the 1-0 lead away at Bremen, and Brighton lead Tottenham 2-0. Schmid, leaves the ball behind, but it's Ginter to overrun. Loose ball. Cross in, flying back in with a Theron's Besta there. Coming out of nowhere to clear that ball away. Spurs have one back. Richarlison. Gonna have a VAR check for a handball. As it stands, Spurs back in at 2-1. Patient trying to find the space. Bentancur hits Richarlison. First slide in. Oh, off the keeper's hand. Can't believe he couldn't keep it out. Red cards in Mainz. Looks like Dominic Kor is being sent off. At the second goal and sent off for his for the 8th time apparently, Dominic Kor. Second yellow here. Interesting. Tough to see whether that was really where the contact was on the ball or the man first. He kind of misses, but he also does get the ball. Misses with the left foot. Like Freiburg have a second as well. Over in the midfield. Job to get it down the line there. Besta to Grifo and slipping in behind the defender. Damu doing a great job to slip away from his defender. Smashes it in. Ball by Grifo. Keeper can't get there. 2-0 to Freiburg. Common score across the Bundesliga this morning. Chance for Bayern here or Augsburg, sorry, to get one back right after the Mainz sending off. They can turn the sending off foul into a goal. Oh, just missed. Everything opening up now. Across the Bundesliga. Ooh, almost a third. Luis Diaz just pulls it over the bar in the Bayern game. Two-0 Mainz lead away in Augsburg. Mainz with the player sent off, though. Kor had the second goal and now has the red card. 2-0 Bayern lead Hoffenheim. In Hoffenheim. Freiburg leading 2-0 away at Bremen, and HSV, the only home team winning this Liga at the moment. Near halftime in Brighton. Down on the south coast, they lead Tottenham 2-1. 2 minutes to go in stoppage time in the first half there. building up towards the Breton derby, one of the main derbies in France. Nantes and Rennes. A lot of Breton teams, but I understand it's kind of the main rivalry. Off in about 15 minutes in Nantes, west of France. Bit of VAR check here. Tough to see. Looks like it hits his sleeve. So it's right on the edge, so definitely in the box. Could be a penalty here for Bremen. Elfmeter to Bremen. Chance back into the game here. Get back into the game. Penalty in front of their own home curva. Adebolo's made 4 penalty saves in a row for Freiburg. Mead. Adebolo saves it again! The first ever goalkeeper in the Bundesliga to make 5 consecutive penalty saves. Wasn't even a bad penalty from Schmid. Fantastic save from Adebolo. Not the best penalty by Schmid. Hit it hard. Adebolo doing a good job. Keep it out of danger. Defenders come in and clean it up for him. Of course, stays 2-2. As we finally have the second goal in Hamburg, and it's all the score lines in Germany go to 2-0. Foul. Free kick. On this near side. Good ball inside. Ryan Philippe with a good touch at the near post, poking it in ahead of the defender. His left foot, excellent finish there. Mission Elise coming on shortly for Bayern. Class foul, the only home team that's winning in the Bundesliga right now. That's a third for 10-man Mainz. Nothing going Augsburg's way at home today. What happened there? Free kick to Freiburg as well here. Perfect weighted ball. Right between the goalkeeper and the defender. Just has to pass it into the empty goal. Sandro Wagner not happy with what he's seeing. Expert coach. Oh, great ball through. Adapala gets there. Great save by Tentna to keep the clean sheet for Mainz. Face for Bremen. Run off the ball. No free kick either way there. Basically clearance. I think it was Vieira down there, but free kick to Hasfau. March getting ready to come on in Hoffenheim. Coverage up and running at the Stade de la Bourgeois in Nantes for the Breton derby. Nantes against Stade Rennes. Freiburg getting a couple changes ready here. Haas on the break, chance to make it 3. Shot in the end. Still waiting for a game with goals for both teams. Mainz 3-0 up on Augsburg, Bayern 2-0 up on Hoffenheim, Haas 2-0 up on Heidenheim, and Freiburg 2-0 up on Werder Bremen. Chance off the bar from Augsburg. Oh, there's the Tentner save. Point blank. Check out the atmosphere in Nantes for a second here as the teams come out for the Breton derby. Areas of Nantes. The red and black of Stade Rennes. All going off in the Nantes curva there. Fireworks, flares, smoke bombs, banners, streamers, the flags, the works. Party on the curva in Nantes. Raucous atmosphere. See if sometimes definitely see some away fan bands. We'll see if there's a away section of Rennes fans here or not. Lopez in goal for Nantes. Amiens, Wazim, Tati, and Koza. Back 4. Lepenant, Mwanga, and Leroux. Midfield. Lean, Mohammed, and Lado up front. The 11 for Nantes, play 4-3-3. Grifo's penalty again. He comes off, and it's day after 68 minutes. Samba and goal for Rennes, Seydou, Jacquet, Rowe, and Merlin. In the backline, Camara, Rangier, the former Nantes player, and Fofana. Field a little glass in the 10 role. Limbolo and Esteban Lepal up top. 4-3-3 versus the 4-3-1-2. Fourth goal in Mainz. Down to 10 men. Doubling their lead from 2-0 to 4-0 after the red card. Augsburg's just fallen apart in front of their home crowd today. See an empty section there in Nantes, so I assume that probably isn't any traveling Rennes fans allowed. Ball just bouncing through. Now Augsburg. No Augsburg player able to get to it, just finds his way through. An easy finish from inside the penalty spot there. 4-0 to Mainz, down to 10 men. Great atmosphere from the Nantes fans there for the derby. The derby is underway. 89th meeting in the top division between Nantes and Rennes. Some storylines in the Nantes Rennes game. Rennes captain, the former Nantes captain, like Arsenal's captain becoming Tottenham's captain, or probably not quite Schalke Dortmund, but Dortmund's captain becoming Bayern's captain. The Rennes Ultra is actually protesting and wanting against the signing of Rangier because of his history at Nantes. That was underway. First 80 seconds in Nantes, judging by the empty block in the corner. Assuming Rennes fans banned for the derby, which is always a shame. Last 20 minutes in Bremen. Bremen on the attack, looking to get back into it. Just missed with the shot there, Puertas. Slash the ball wide there. Let's see if I can find out information on a fan and there. Not Rennes. Apparently the derby between Nantes and Rennes is scheduled for 20th today at the Bosch Stadium. Take place without Rennes supporters due to a travel ban imposed by the Prefecture of Loire-Atlantique. This decision, confirmed by a prefectural order, was taken despite the proposals of Stade Rennes to organize a structured trip by bus in consultation with supporters associations in Nantes. So, seems like a sadly unnecessary ban on the Rennes supporters making the trip down to Nantes. Bad. Derby atmosphere is always better with both teams' fans present, but the Nantes fans doing a good job of keeping the atmosphere up there anyway. Loose passing from Bremen breaks up the opportunity there. Bar check. Oh, good chance. Tama makes it 3 for Freiburg. Probably going to be a penalty in Hoffenheim as well for Bayern. All the scoreline's getting a little lopsided now. It's offside, but we'll see. It anyway. Step over, played in off the keeper, off the defender, and bouncing in. Bad luck for them there. 3-0 to Freiburg. Yeah, an own goal. 2-0 Bayern over Hoffenheim. 2-0 Hamburg over Heidenheim. 4-0 Mainz. 3-0 Freiburg. A worthwhile trip north for the 2,500 traveling Freiburg fans. 3 for Freiburg. 15 minutes to go. Close one. Looks like it's definitely a foul, but if it's not inside the box, they won't be able to, it won't be overturned. You see, doing good to still try and get the shot away, but definitely looks like a foul there. Referee's decision whether it was in the box or not. Underway. Second half in Brighton. Leading on them 2-1. Bremen fans still bouncing behind the goal there despite trailing 3-0 now. Set the referee from the decision in Hoffenheim. Penalty to Bayern to make their 3-0 in their game as well. No game in Germany so far, including yesterday's game in Stuttgart against St. Pauli. No game seeing goals from both sides yet. For kick to Freiburg. And with the chance to make it a hat trick, as you like, sends the keeper the wrong way. 3-0 Bayern, 3-0 Harry Kane. Collecting more goals for fun. Probably a bit of a predictable scoreline, although taking 2 penalties for Bayern is probably not how we would have necessarily thought the 3-0 would come about. I think lost a chunk of the I lost a chunk of the screen there for a second, but comes back now. Broadcast issue for the Bundesliga there. Ooh. Ooh, pouring blood from the eye. Mainz game, not sure who that is. All the German games feeling pretty done with about 10 minutes left in each of them. Mainz lead Augsburg 4-0 despite being down 10 men down to 10 men for quite some time. Bayern lead Hoffenheim 3-0 with a hat trick from Harry Kane. Hasval lead Heidenheim 2-0 at home. Freiburg lead Bremen 3-0 away. A little closer in the Premier League, it's 2-1 Brighton leading Tottenham. Free kick to Freiburg, headed on over the bar. It's 0-0 approaching 10 minutes in Nantes. Derby against Rennes. A lot of stakes left in games now, but Hoffenheim had a chance, left the ball behind the defender, or behind his teammate, and trips over the defender. Bayern with the let off there. Hoffenheim have definitely created chances in this game. All the converted chances going to Bayern. That switch Bremen to this near side, but leaving them all short. Freiburg mopping them up easily. Turnover by Bremen though. First issue again. No, fans having some fun. Back to goal. Stand swaying. Spurs. Post all the way through. Mr. Charleston. Free kick to Brighton. Again. Cross. I can't find Boniface. Loose ball. Bitten run over. That's. Is it a foul or a penalty? It's a foul against Bremen. If I want to see that one again. Augsburg have one back. Did he get his foot on it? Might be actually the right call there. What a finish. Not really enough to make a huge difference, but a good reaction. First shot blocked, second shot smashes it in, top corner at the near post. Great goal. Probably won't be enough with about 7 minutes left. Down 3 goals, but they were going to have a chance. They needed to get one back, and now, up 10 men, or up a man with Mainz down to 10 men. You never know. There's a chance now for Augsburg if they can turn the momentum into another quick goal. Here they come again. Cleared away. Throw into Mainz. Hoffenheim got one back in there somewhere as well. Missed that goal. Where did they score? Oh, and there was Sufal. Free kick basically went right through. Might have taken a deflection off of Kimmich. Or West Ham man. Home team's getting late footholds. Probably won't be enough for any of them, but oh yeah. Kimmich tried to knock it away. Away from Neuer. Uh, 3-0 Freiburg, still leading Bremen at the last 5 minutes now. Bayern 3-1 up away at Hoffenheim. About 5 minutes to go there. Augsburg another chance. We're in the pressure on now. Mainz down to 10. Up 4-1 though. Cross in, well touched away. Come to cross the far side. Offside against Bremen. Hey, Oro, how you doing? Good to see you this morning. Early start out on the West Coast. Watching the Spurs game. If so, probably a good choice. Being the most entertaining one so far. All pretty lopsided results in Germany. Yes, it would be. Bremen is the closest to Berg. Yeah. Two port cities in the northwest of Germany. That is actually Hasva and Bremen is actually more of a traditional like North Derby rivalry than Hamburg and St. Pauli, because Hamburg and St. Pauli have most of their history of being in different divisions. So the big rivalry is actually between Bremen and Hamburger SV. I was just looking at a map of Bundesliga teams yesterday. Really, not a lot in the middle of Germany. It's all kind of around the edges in terms of where the they are geographically. Palace and the Hammers there. That's pretty good. Not the most classic London derby, but especially if it's at Palace, that would be a good one. Once the Bundesliga games finish up in a few minutes, I'll put on Palace and the Hammers as well. See through Brighton and Tottenham. Also have major derby in France as one of I'm keeping an eye on as well. It's I'm just learning the French league as I go, but it's Nantes and Rennes, which is the Brittany derby from the northwest of France. There's actually 5 teams in from that region, so it's the major Breton derby. 0-0 there. Yeah, it's a good shout. I might have to do if I want to do more stopovers, I'm gonna have to fly around the edges of Germany. Trip up the Rhine would hit to probably more than half the Bundesliga teams. I was thinking of kind of maybe folding in the FC26 manager mode and the fly-alongs so that they can kind of go hand in hand, and I can use the two to kind of be a good intro into the Bundesliga and the geography of the Bundesliga and all that. And doing the custom GFFC team, I was trying to think where it would be a good place to base the team. And I figured one of the options would be I could put it near where my mom's family has lived for a long time, which would be pretty like not quite dead center of Germany, but on the border between North Rhine-Westphalia and Hessen. So about as central as any team in the Bundesliga would be, which would allow me then to go from the center out to all of the away trips instead of having to do big trips all the way across Germany. Cheeky effort there. 8 minutes of stoppage time in Bremen. Sure. Well, I guess Bremen will probably appreciate the chance to get back into it, but it kind of feels like Bremen would probably almost rather just have the game be over, down 3-0 with 6 minutes to go. Chance for Bayern to make it 4. Free kick. Elise into the wall. The public address announcer had to make a warning to the Nantes fans: stop throwing stuff at the Rennes players for the corner. Yeah, have sort of that Heidenheim vibe, the little village club. And when we eventually get to the top and oh, Heidenheim have one back. Good volley. touched in. Keeper couldn't get his hand on it. Some stakes late in that game. Strong opinion about Nantes. I'm curious to know your thoughts on on Nantes now. Koln with the goal for Heidenheim. Maybe I'll just switch over to that one because it's the only one that is really close enough to have stakes left in the game here. Ooh, good chance for Spurs. Good defending by Van Hecke. Okay, well that's fair then. That is a good reason to not be fond of Nantes. Very fair. I'm sort of trying to settle on a French team because I'm actually really enjoying watching French football this season for the first time. And there's been a couple of teams that I've sort of like encountered that I've liked for various reasons, but none have really stuck out. So I'm trying to learn a little bit about each one. So even if it's maybe a little unfair to the modern Nantes football team, I think that's a good enough one for me to scratch Nantes off the list of potential sort of pet teams in France. Might be a penalty to Rennes here. I don't know. It's only if you made contact on his leg, a little hand on the stomach. That seems heavily exaggerated. Looks like the ref agrees. I like that the Rennes fans, the Rennes Ultras, lean into the Celtic heritage of Breton. So Rennes is one of my top contenders. Strasbourg would be another top contender. They're actually probably the closest geographical team to where I was born, even though I was born in Germany. I was born just across the river from Strasbourg. Here come Hasva with a chance to finish it, looking for the passing angle. Chance almost got away, but he got the ball back. But now loose pass, and now Heidenheim can attack in the counter. Great save. Javi Simons. The Bundesliga alumni. We're seeing a great save out of Verbruggen. Oh, he had that bottom corner pick too. Really, really good save. So yeah, I like Rennes, I like Strasbourg, and the original team back from my Confederation of Leftist Football Club days. I like Marseille. I like the working class port city vibe. I like whoa, loose ball. Heidenheim's pushing now. It's gonna be a bit of a crazy end to whoa. all going off in the Asphalt Heidenheim game. Only about 30 seconds left, but not put to bed yet. Great save by Baumann, just keep it at 3 for Bayern. Penalty to Rennes. Freiburg reached the final whistle, 3-0 to win there. Solid win for Freiburg. Making easy work of Bremen in the end. Another chance for Xavi Simons. Spurs are all over Brighton now. One last chance for Heidenheim. Long kick from the keeper. Everyone forward. Everyone back for Haas. Foul drop into the box. Cleared. Haas. Foul. Get it away. Good step around the defender into space. Can't get away though. And that's all she wrote. Haas Foul with their first win in 7 years. Chance for the Rennes to take the lead from the penalty spot here. 1-0 to Rennes. And it's a former Nantes player who gets the goal. One of Rennes' two former Nantes players. Bayern getting a fourth. Gnabry hitting it in from a tough angle. A day of routes in the Bundesliga. Good initial save by Baumann. Gnabry hitting it in off the far post. Which here. That is a really good point. That is a really good point. That's why, despite really loving Berlin as a city for a long time, I didn't follow any Berlin teams until Union came up, because they're all in the second division or lower, or Hertha, who are just really uninspiring and it's just an absolute mess. Yeah, Stuttgart did set the table for weekend uploads. And of course, the game between basically the two biggest relegation threats ends up being two of the biggest relegation threats in HSV, and Heidenheim ends up being the only one that's close so far. But yeah, that is a good point, and it's funny because maybe it's a nice inclination that people have to want to not just bandwagon jump onto the biggest team, but it definitely is harder to follow a minnow or a mid-table team than it is to follow a top club if you're not local. It seems like for both me and you, we probably measure our allegiances, or like the teams we like more based on like fan or club ethics, fan culture. I've only seen part of one Strasbourg game so far. They had their Alsace-Lorraine derby against Metz. Pretty good. I kind of get the feeling it's probably going to be Rennes for me when the dust settles, if not Rennes or Marseille. See what else we have left in Germany. Rasenballsport. Grass ball players from Leipzig against everyone's favorite Billy Goats from Cologne. That'll be the 11:30 kickoff, 9:30 out on the West Coast. That should actually be hopefully a little more hotly contested. Leipzig haven't been particularly dominant yet this season. And Cologne have definitely been sort of punching above their weight so far, so that should be a good matchup. I'll just be back in 1 second. Again. Oh, geez, come back and it's 2-0 Rennes. Just like that. LOSC getting it started again. Oh, perfect ball through the Nantes defense. Keeper going across the keeper's motion there. Lapal. Perfectly executed goal by Rennes. Taking command in the derby early here. One thing I'll say for French football that I've seen so far this season is you can never rule anything out, though. There's definitely been a lot of red cards. Especially in games involving Rennes. They had 2 sending off in, I think it was the first 10 minutes against Lorient a couple of weeks ago. Rennes turn it over again. All over Nantes early here. Let's get that cut back and wide. Roger, the captain, the former Nantes captain, would have, if he had made it 3, it might have had a riot and not. Let's get that Palace game against the Hammers up. Good job shifting into the box. Nantes' former Rennes player. Whoa, pulled it just wide of the post. Palace leading West Ham 2-1. Headed away. Yeah, I have a scoreboard for this one. Yeah, I'll see that one too. Catch a timer over here. You reckon Graham Potter will get the sack if he can't get a win soon? His career has really taken a dive since Brighton. We're caught up. All right, I'll get to go. That's a good shout. I appreciate you wanting a center backs jersey. Underappreciated in my opinion. Most of my favorite players of late have been center backs. They got that, a lot of them have that heart and soul feel. That's definitely Romero. Whoa, what a save! It's like it ended up being offside anyway. Yeah, offside. Still a good save though. Reaction save in the West Ham game there. Not sure who's in goal for West Ham. Onside or off was a good reaction save. Is it the? Do you want the black Spurs kit that they're wearing today, or do you want the classic lily white? Ran all over Nantes. Oof. Good touch by Paqueta to win that free kick. That's a good point. That's a good point. He had things good at Brighton, and it just. I'd love to know. I'd love to know what went wrong for him too, because it's like it's one thing for to go somewhere and it not really work out, but for your whole career to collapse essentially. The Van Hecke, own goal for Van Hecke for Brighton. I mean, Spurs definitely deserve it in my opinion. Tough for Van Hecke to be the one who ends up on the hook for it because he's had a really good game for Brighton at the back, but perfect ball by Kudus to put him in a situation where he couldn't really do anything with it. Definitely going to have a little more drama in the run-in in the Premier League games this morning than in the Bundesliga games. Block. Watching Rennes leading Nantes 2-0 in the derby, beat Bretagne. 2-2, Brighton and Tottenham. Prem and Crystal Palace leading West Ham 2-1. 5 minutes to go there. Job by Richarlison holding up there. No foul. Interesting to see if there's a review. It didn't really look like a penalty. See. What do you think of the what do you think of the oh, there you go, not a pen. The one thing I'll say for Xavi Simons is that I would say there was contact, but it kind of looked like he just basically threw his legs into the path of the Brighton player, not even like protecting the ball or anything. He just kind of, yeah. I imagine as such a physically small player, uh, he probably learned to that he could go down easy under the pressure and be believed because he's such a not physically imposing player. And James Milner's still at it. Gotta be like 39 or something now. Yeah, 39. Damn. Still going strong. Nantes, I guess. Here in the commentator apparently is Nantes, so check into that, double check, but I'll go with Nantes from now on. Yeah, no kidding. It's funny, in Europe, the little players tend to be really tricky and creative, but they go down with a gust of wind. And then you see the Latin American, the little ones tend to be the like fiercest, feistiest little like you get the like 5'8" midfield destroyers. Dante in behind. Oh, off the side netting. Into stoppage time there. Perfect little move in behind. Looks like a good block from the Rennes player even. Not quite. Alidou Seydou, Dan injured for Rennes in their box. Got the block in. Yeah. I tried to go with when I was building my roster for the GFFC manager mode team. I was definitely going more with the trying to go more with the heart and soul players. That's why, for example, even like player from each team gotta get someone from Bayern, but that's why I went with Goretzka. Definitely very talented, but to me, he's sort of one of the worker bees of Bayern Munich. Does the hard running, does the cleanup work, late runs. Tried to get Bundesliga veterans and the sort of heart and soul, hard-working players. Just a few flash and dash players like Sané and Schade. What a miss by the Brighton player on the penalty spot there. What are the TV rates like in the States for I mean, I guess football in general. In this case, I guess particularly the Premier League, but I cover Germany, England, France, Italy, and I'll do some Turkish and Polish games when there's a big derby, but I haven't really had any of those that I've been able to spot yet. But that's because they're all on Fubo and DAZN here. I wonder what the TV rights situation is like in the States. What games are even really accessible? I like to watch niche games and niche derbies, but it occurs to me doing watch-alongs that I guess other people also have to be able to watch the games for that to work. That's where FC26 will be handy, because they can actually show the teams, show the players, show the stadiums. Do some a little easier to do some learning and teaching about the different football if not just watch-alongs where people might not even be able to watch the games. I don't know anyone who watches French football. Although I've been quite impressed since I started watching. Halftime in Nantes. Rennes leading 2-0. The last few minutes of Brighton and Tottenham. 4 minutes to go in stoppage time. Picture of the two Premier League games. That's kind of wild to me. I mean, I guess that makes sense. I've seen that ESPN Plus kind of monopolized a huge chunk of the football. That's wild though, because like especially in the lead up to the World Cup and like everything being, it's funny because it is like obviously a three nations World Cup, but obviously the emphasis on the United States. I mean, it kind of makes sense that there is that division because I would imagine that the Premier League is like by far the most popular league in the States. Um, that's fair. I mean, it's interesting. Like I after the fact, like obviously I was doing my own watch along, but after the fact, I went and checked out Goldbridge's stream for the Bundesliga match yesterday, just to sort of get a sense of like what people were saying, how they liked it, what the vibe was, what kind of viewership he was getting in terms of like people who like the Bundesliga or people checking out for the first time. That's fair. It does sound like there's like for example, a lot of clubs in Germany have a lot of members in the States and a lot of like fan clubs. Like there's a lot of Bayern and St. Pauli fan clubs in the States. But even some of the other clubs like Dortmund, not sure who else would really but that does make sense. I imagine it's probably if you're just a casual football viewer in the States, you're probably either will end up MLS because of a local interest or Premier League because they're just so much bigger than everything else. But I mean, if you have like German roots or I mean, it could even be like, like Argentinian, um, or like Italian roots or whatever, it's probably the main viewership for people who in the States who don't watch the Premier League or MLS. Although even honestly too, I'm like kind of like why would you watch MLS unless like you're really deeply invested in a local team? Hammers fans starting to make their way to the exits. Down a goal with a minute to go. Brighton fans starting to head to the exits a little early too. So at least they have the excuse of getting out of the rain. I do think that it's an interesting decision for the Bundesliga, because like they had the big investment deal essentially nixed by the fans last year. So it's an interesting choice to go with someone like Goldbridge and like the overlap or whatever, because it gives them a lot of exposure, and I think that's really all that the Bundesliga needs, as long as they keep the culture and everything of the league intact. They only really need exposure. Because I was thinking, watching Goldbridge yesterday, everyone was like, how's the atmosphere in Germany so good? How's it so much better than in England? I'm like, well, it's been like that the whole time if you just watch them. USL is trying to flip that by highlighting the fan experience. Most casual fans operate on the assumption that MLS is miles away. Oh. That's super cool. I love that. I was actually looking. I think Fubo here in Canada might actually have some USL. Either that or just not. One of them, I think, does. So especially given that my only regular viewers that I've had so far have been Americans, might have to do a USL watch along. Be a good opportunity to learn about USL, because it definitely seems like probably the best league, at least in terms of how I judge leagues, by like fan involvement and culture and stuff like that. Probably the best that North America has to offer, it would seem like. Should, now that the Premier League games are over. Good job by Spurs to get back to 2-2 and get the draw. Palace the win away at West Ham in the derby. Minor derby. Halftime. Breton derby. Let's take a quick look and see if I can find if they have USL games on DAZN. USL Super League. Oh. See. Oh, that's interesting. So it's yes, I see. That's actually interesting that they have the women's USL, but they don't have the men's USL, even though they're all hyped about having the National League in England. Yeah, I'm gonna take a picture of that comment so I can look into all of those clubs. Detroit City FC, Pittsburgh, Charleston. Is Charleston, is that the team? I don't know if they still are or if they were like at one point, but is that the Charleston Battery? I remember seeing a few USL games way back in the day, because there was like some like challenge with the US Open Cup or Challenge Cup or something like that. I think they played like Toronto FC in that or something, because it was like MLS and USL, or I don't know. It was a long time ago, so I might just be talking nonsense. I was like them. I don't know. That's a really cool name to me, Charleston Battery. So I have my an extra into the USL then. Good, good. Okay, so I'm not I'm not talking nonsense. I'm actually remembering correctly. Damn, that's crazy. Is it still going? It must be still going, eh? Or has it been squeezed out by all of the other competitions they keep piling on, especially onto MLS teams? Nah. Wikipedia workout US Open Cup. Sounds like that almost is the might be the best competition to watch. To watch all the USL teams beat the MLS teams. Oh man. Farolito. It's like the FA Cup of the United States, I guess, where you have the all the way down to the little tiny village teams from the 7th and 8th divisions. Nicknamed Burrito Boys. That's awesome. Oh, solid. That, their Wikipedia is a little bit out of date, but that is so awesome. That usually. Yeah, going on the Wikipedia page for Farolito, I guess it was a couple seasons back, but I saw that it's had like a 17 game unbeaten streak and won the league. Is there, you were mentioning that they were looking at restructuring or that they're going to restructure to like promotion and relegation. So would that be then like is it are SF City in a situation where if they won their league that they would go up into like the main USL, the USL top flight, or is that still something that's not quite implemented yet? Kudos to the Burrito Boys. I need to go and I need to see like if any of these teams stream their games on YouTube or something like that. or if the league has a YouTube channel or something. Actually, I wonder. Maybe I can see if USL has any. Oh, it does look like it's a. Looks like all the USL games might actually be on YouTube here in Canada. Almost ready to go. Nantes for the second half. That's fair. I mean, it's a similar sort of thing with some German teams in the lower divisions as well. Like even Union faced that trouble when they were moving from I think the fourth division to the third division. They had like I think that was when they had the Bleed for Union campaign where the fans gave blood, and then in Germany you get money for giving blood, so they would give blood and then donate the, well, in this sense, quite literally blood money to to Union, so that they had enough money to meet all their requirements to get their third division license. Underway in Rennes. We're back up there. Kick for Nantes. Good ball. Back post headed away. Ran with lots of time to clear. I'll just be right back in 1 sec. There we go. Okay, now I'm unmuted. Haven't done that in a while. So what I had said in that time where I was talking into my muted microphone is that hopefully if this platform, this is ever becomes a sizable platform of any sort, I'd love to get the word out about SF City FC, especially if they were ever in a situation to win promotion and needing the memberships. Not starting the second half well here. Barczek for a handball against Rennes. It's even less so than the ones in the Bundesliga today. Both players with their arms in tight to their body. I don't know, you can really give a penalty for either of those in that situation. Bar says play on. Yeah, it's nice for Union to finally have a bit of sunshine in the top division after everything they went to even just keep their club alive. Oh yeah, forgot about that. I don't particularly like either Man United or Chelsea, but I like a moth to a flame, I'm always attracted to the dumpster fire that is Manchester United these days. If they're succeeding, if they take too big of a lead or anything, I'll turn it off. But just can't get enough of whatever is going on at Manchester United. It's like watching such a a very low stakes car crash. Low stakes because I don't care if they succeed or not. Again, I'd love for Manchester United to be a fairy tale story of the fans taking their club back from billionaires and banks. But until they show any actual inclination to do that, I'm just gonna be watching the dumpster fire. Definitely gonna be half an eye on the Man U dumpster fire, half an eye on seeing whether Koln can continue their extremely excellent start. I'd love to see them get the win in Leipzig today. Nope, you're spot on. Yeah, FC United of Manchester. That's actually, I would really love to again, if I get some traction and some reach with this channel / community, I would actually love to reach out to FC United of Manchester. I think they're sort of the tough medicine lesson that I think English fans need to learn from, because if your club is taken over by banks and billionaires and you don't feel like you can dislodge them, or that the fan base will be willing to dislodge them or whatever, then I think that's the next best thing. Because like, if the club is about community and it's being hijacked and basically for all intents and purposes stolen, then it's maybe not the worst idea to build your own club in the image of what you know what they believe Manchester United to be and to be about. I really like FC United of Manchester. I also love that Eric Cantona like seemingly publicly disavowed Manchester United and became an investor in FC United of Manchester. The king of Manchester United putting down his crown and going and joining the fan team. I gotta take my lunch out of the oven. I actually wonder if I should see what division they're in these days, because with the zone having the National League, I think they might be a one division lower than that. But if they were in the National League or get there, I would definitely do watch-alongs for FC United of Manchester. Still 2-0 Rennes. Not have started the second half well, though. It's been a pretty good start for Espanyol this season, but I guess Real Madrid are a bit of a bridge too far there. Is it 2-0? Yeah, 2-0 win. Oof, Girona got thumped by Levante. Girona's really gone off a cliff this season, it looks like. Turin. I was thinking of getting PSN Plus here so that I could also do the La Liga games. But they don't. Already having France, Italy, England, and Germany seemed like plenty. And Spain has the worst schedule in terms of like aligning with the other games. Have you heard of San Andreas? I have not. I'm curious. I'm when I was younger, I traveled a little bit in Catalonia. I had a friend who lived in Girona, and so I did a couple backpacking trips in Europe, and I found my way through Catalonia basically every couple months. Yes. Yeah. I'll have to look. Is that are you talking about like the club San Andreu? UE San Andreu? The third division team. Oops. Uh, Perfect. That's a good place to start then. 90. That's awesome. I'll watch that. All good, all good. I imagine that's just a Catalan thing. I'm sure it would be San Andreo in Spanish. Um, I know what I'll be watching this afternoon when I'm setting up the streams for tomorrow once the day is done. Interested to see what. Yeah, my friend was very Catalan, so it was whenever I'd visit her, I'd get a primer in Catalan history and culture and language, and especially Catalan independence. I even I bought some souvenirs when I was in Verona, so I have like a little ceramic donkey, little mosaic ceramic donkey with in the colors of the Catalan independence flag. I tend to not really take sides in independence issues anymore because, like, of course, it's complicated, but I certainly appreciate the Catalans' cultural pride. Ha! That's wild. I wonder if it is. I really enjoyed my time. Like it was nice to have a friend in Catalonia and have the excuse to spend a good amount of time. Especially I love Girona as like a town, or I mean city. I didn't explore the city widely because like a lot of the most interesting stuff is all in the center along the river, but Girona was one of my absolute favorite places, and I've been to 20 or so countries now, and Girona would probably be in my top 5 favorite places that I've visited. I mean, it's also a lot of sentimental sort of value to me because my friend lives there, lived there. I mean, she still lives there, but we haven't talked in a while. But so many good memories from Girona, and such a beautiful, like, old Roman city. And Girona is too is like sort of one of the cultural heartlands of like Catalan cultural identity. Barcelona is more of an international city with a Catalan flair, but just Girona is probably the biggest city in Catalonia in terms of like that has like a really strong Catalan cultural identity. It's sad that the Rennes fans got banned from the derby. Apparently the local prefecture determined it was I guess too much of a security risk or whatever, even though they had worked out a whole plan for how to do it safely, but Rennes making their fans proud in exile. I I have been blessed with some good opportunities. My mom managed to save up some money for oh, not chance 2-1. Now that's proper noise. The, the Stade Bourgeois in Nantes is rocking now after that one. 2-1 to Rennes. Good work in tight by the Nantes players. Rennes just couldn't close them down. Slots it through the legs of the defender. Gonna be pushing hard for an equalizer now with the crowd rocking. Yeah, I was quite lucky that my mom worked really hard to save money for each of her kids. I have 2 siblings, and my brother and sister both used the money that she saved to get a car, and I used it to go on a 3-month trip to Europe. And I was just totally hooked on traveling then, so I worked and put all my money away. And the year at it was 2009, I went on the trip that my mom made possible for me, and then in 2011 I went with the money I had made myself. Not again. Locked again. Just wide and not coming for the equalizer now. I mean, to be fair, you have been to more states than me. No, actually, that's not true. I have been to 3. I haven't been to more states, but I have been to 3 states. I've been to Hawaii, Nevada, and California. He does kind of have that vibe about him, doesn't he? Well, make the Rasenballsport game against Cologne technically the main game, but I'm gonna leave the sound on for not Rennes because the atmosphere there is better than in Leipzig. The whole curva bouncing there behind the Rennes goal. I feel like Timo Werner is in a similar situation as uh Graham Potter to a certain extent. I feel like he had it so good at Leipzig. He was scoring like almost 20 goals a season, one of the biggest danger men in the Bundesliga, and then he went to Chelsea and his whole career imploded to the point that he's literally like glued bringing glue again, glued to the bench for Leipzig because he's not really good enough to make it into the team in their current system, but he also doesn't want to take a pay cut, which I like. It's tough because it's like, of course, you want to see players wanting to play football, but also with those kinds of money, like that kind of money, those yeah, I really don't know what happened to him when he went to England because that people, because most people don't know the Bundesliga that well. Like people only remember him from his time with Chelsea and Spurs, and like I can't. I liked him. I liked him when he was at Leipzig before he made the move to England. I thought he was one of the most exciting players in the Bundesliga, but like he didn't lose his pace, but like he just could not stay on side or put away easy chances to save his goddamn life when he was in England. And now that he's back, I think all confidence and everything is just gone now. He's just probably. It'll be interesting to see what happens to him when his contract runs out with Leipzig, because like he hasn't left because no one will pay him a fraction of what he's getting at Leipzig. But when he's on a free, it'll be interesting to see if he ends up with like a club like Union or St. Pauli or something like that, where they let him be the star man and give him some graces if if it takes him some time to get back into things. Underway between Leipzig and Cologne. Given that's the German football fan club, I think I'll switch the scoreboard and overlay over to that game. But I'll keep an eye on. And still, the not-Rennes game seems to be the most fascinating one of the day so far. Although the Prem games are pretty good. Get it on. Get it out. Jeez. definitely taking a side in this game. Definitely. That is some solid bantering there. Kudos on the solid bantering. Yeah, it wasn't a mouth guard he was chewing on. It's just a piece of like hardened paste, keeping himself busy. I'm so impressed with Cologne this season. They're kind of touted as a oh, right away. Ooh. Touted as a relegation threat, but they look absolutely solid under their new manager. And I love that their manager is also brave. Like if they're losing, he's not afraid to throw everything at it. He seems like the kind of manager who would rather lose 4-0, but really go for it, than lose 1-0 and but without ever really laying glove on the opponent. Underway in Manchester. Pouring down rain in Manchester. Hopefully it doesn't put out the dumpster fire. Yeah. The one thing that I find extremely fascinating is how the Cologne coach always seems to wear a kit, like a jersey. I don't think ever in my entire life have I seen a manager wear the club's kit. But like every single game, Cologne's manager is wearing the kit. I'm extremely fascinated by that. I would love to. That's another thing I have to put on my list to look up. I want to know if he's ever talked about why he wears the kit. Great defending by Reece James for Chelsea there. I thought when he did it the first time in the like I think against Mainz or someone opening day. I've watched so much football now I can't keep track of what happened when or where. But when it was the first game, maybe it was Haasfow. I don't know. I was like, this must be like a weird, just like one-off thing. But yeah, right, exactly. I was genuinely confused as to what the like. I was like, especially because he was the new manager too, so like I hadn't seen him before. So when I saw him in the jersey and they kept talking about him as the manager, I'm like, are they talking about the guy we're seeing on TV? Because like, no. Sanchez sent off for Chelsea. Well, that puts the damper on any potential disaster for United. Although I don't know, maybe they're Chelsea falling behind for a more dramatic victory. I mean, I don't even really want Chelsea to win. Ideally, it would be just an absolutely dismal like draw. But if I have to pick one, I would say that rather Chelsea beat United. Desco doing good job getting heading the ball on. Whoa. Not pouring on the pressure. That's a tough one because it looks like Sanchez got the tiniest little nick on the ball. But he also basically kicked Mbeumo through the knee, so like probably fair to send him off there. Given that even both last man challenge and also he made contact like at knee height essentially. Yeah. Chance for Nantes. Looks like he pulled his hamstring taking the shot. I would definitely take a 0-0. The other alternative would be like an absolutely defensively dismal like 5-5 that utterly destroys both teams' confidence. Just absolutely rife with errors and calamitous mistakes. Definitely not watching Manchester United Chelsea for like the beauty of the game. I'm here for miserable failure. We got Nantes Rennes for the drama. We got Cologne Leipzig for the Bundesliga. We got Man United Chelsea for the calamity. Guess I can put up my GFFC team for a bit. Point out the players that were selected for my GFFC FC26 manager mode. Took Marius Bulter, the former Union player, who has a ton of goals and assists this season for them already. He's Cologne's nominee, my nominee for Cologne, and Lucas Klostermann, the veteran Leipzig center back and utility defender, has got the pick for the Rasenballsport crew. Yeah, those there's the manager in his kit. He also never seems to wear the same kit as the team is wearing. He's got like the home kit on while they're wearing the black. Those banners behind the goal. I have been genuinely confused by those for a long time. They seem so unsafe. There's been so many players I've seen who get their studs caught. You know, they're running past the post or whatever, and they get their studs caught and twist an ankle or take a fall. Seen people even like trip on them and crash into, like, I think last weekend a player tripped on those weird ground mat ads and hit the ad boards back first. But I guess they got to get their they can't advertise during the game like hockey and baseball and stuff can, so they got to get their ads in every square inch of available field space, or space that's not on the field, I guess I should say. Also, really trippy to see those ads in the stadium, because they're like perfectly aligned to look little three-dimensional stand ads from the TV angle, but from our angle, like if you see them in the stadium from any other angle, they look all weird and warped. That's certainly fair. It's interesting that you point that out, because I watch so much Bundesliga. It never really occurred to me that they don't have them in any of the other leagues, or at least not in like seeing right now, like England and France. They don't. Oh, there's one here on the one behind the goal on the side of him here in the non-game. But man, imagine if they had those flat ads on the ground behind the goals in the Premier League. You'd have people at Old Trafford, the players would be tripping over the ads down the slope and into the ad boards. It'd be be a killing field. Okay, I'm definitely the more the football fan physique myself, as opposed to the football player physique. I like having I like players that are like hard running, hard working midfielders and stuff like that. But that would never be me. I would never be able to be a hard running athletic midfielder. I mean, maybe it's a tactical strategy for Manchester United. Like sort of like the footballing equivalent of setting mouse traps for your opponent. Just intersperse those those ground ads, those ad mats, and then United players knowing about it can protect themselves, but just wipe out all the other team's players by sending them crashing into the ad boards, tripping on on the ads on the ground. Although knowing the United players, they'd ended up injuring themselves far more than the opponents would injure themselves, despite knowing exactly what's going on. Gotta go to it's funny because I've seen two epic clips. One actually just the other day from Germany. I don't know who. I think it was either Kiel or Rostock scored, and like there's this great slow motion footage of like they're all going to the corner to celebrate, and like just see like this spinning cup of beer come like into the frame, and the German or the Kiel or whoever player just like grabs it and chugs the last sips. And the best moment for that, there was a game in Sweden. It was like a player who had been like an absolute chance for Leipzig. 1-0 to Leipzig. Boo. Although it looks like it might be I'm guessing by the looks of him, it was probably a teenager who got the goal there. Yeah, there's a famous clip of some club legend for a team in Sweden in like the first division, and it was the very last game, and all the time in the world to just take as many chances as he wants to get that in. First save, smash into the net with the second one, and he scored like a late. It was like he came on late in his very last game or whatever, and he had a chance to win it with a free kick, which was he was a free kick specialist. And he scored, and he went like running off to the sideline, and people were like throwing. It was like not in a violent way, in a celebratory way. People were throwing beers at him, and he literally caught like a full beer mid stride and like chugged the whole thing in one go. Talk about a great way to end your career. Yeah. Fulham love putting on a show this season. Let's hope they're just right in behind again, right away. Come on. Hope Koln are just spotting Leipzig a goal so that they can humiliate them all the more. The come from behind win. Ah, god damn it, now Bruno scored. First a Leipzig goal, now Man United goal. Let's see if I can find that. Come on, I'm being offside. Come on, I'm being offside. Bruno's offside. Surely. It's real close, but it looks offside to me. Take that goal away. There's a link in the chat to the forgot how good the free kick was too. Holy man. Got the free kick goal and his beer chugging celebration. I hate to say it because there's so much emphasis like on Germany as like a talent factory for the Premier League to exploit, but I'm genuinely shocked now that Grimaldo was not whooped by someone, even if it was in England. Like, I'm kind of surprised the Spanish team didn't take him, like that. Xabi Alonso didn't take him to Real Madrid. Andrew, I mean, I picked Andrick for my GFFC team as the representative from Leverkusen. He probably doesn't have enough technical quality to be like a top candidate to be scooped up somewhere else. Yeah, like, but I mean, he has the athleticism. He could probably play in another, like, play in the Premier League or what have you. But if I was building a team, I would definitely want Andrich in my team. Former Union enforcer. He's probably one of the hardest working, most intense midfielders in the Bundesliga. Probably the I would say Andrick might be the best at what he does outside of maybe but the Bayern players, because I mean Kimmich and whatever, but Kimmich and Gretzka. But I'm a huge fan of Robert Andrick. That blocked, was it a... No. Not keeping the pressure on. Rennes almost there. 3 minutes to go. Somehow that Bruno goal was ruled onside. It's nice that Koln seems to have largely taken control of the game since the early Leipzig goal. Well, let's see how close this was. I'm confused where the exact offside line is in the Premier League, because his sleeve was offside. Good chance for Koln at the back post. Come on, another shot. Blocked again. And Koln are all over Leipzig. Blocked again. Ooh, good turn. I feel kind of bad for Leverkusen. I wouldn't actually be surprised if they have all of their top players that are left taken again. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Grimaldo and even Andrich are also taken next season. Although I get the feeling that I could be wrong, but I kind of get the feeling that Andrich might not necessarily be as keen to leave Germany as a lot of German players are now. Yeah. I just wish that like they could just settle on a consistent. I guess I should give Rasenballsport their goal if I have to. I just wish they would pick a consistent explanation of like what offside is and just friggin' stick to it for a few years, so that like when we see something we can actually know whether it's offside or not. Because I was under the impression that I mean I was probably just wrong, but I was under the impression that the like offside line was like at the end of the sleeve. But I guess it must be where this like sleeve meets the shoulder, because Bruno's sleeve was offside. But also, it's interesting that they don't really like they don't show a line for the player seemingly unless they're offside. But when they're onside, they just leave it as like, oh, we'll show you the line for the defender, and then you can just trust us that the attacking player was onside. 1 second, just give you right back. Actually, I'm gonna stay for another second because it's just not have won a penalty in stoppage time. Okay, no, I have to turn the oven off. I will be back, but let's see. Yeah, got the ball and the Rennes player kicked him through the leg. Definitely a penalty. Late drama in the Breton derby. And then Nantes Ultras are bringing down the house. And Koln have the equalizer. There we go. Eat that, Leipzig. Mattis Abeline. For equalize for not from the spot against Brace Samba in front of the home fans. What a save by Samba! And Rennes hold on to the lead. What a finish from who was that? What a beautiful reverse ball in and great finish. Everything happened all at once. Thielemann with the goal for Cologne. Samba with the save for Rennes. So Rasenballsport is it's sort of from what I can gather, it's a sort of a badge of dishonor for Leipzig. It is Leipzig, yeah. Because here's what happened with Leipzig. They bought the license. Oh, Leipzig's chance here. See, just let this run out. See if Cologne can defend this. Back post. Corner to Leipzig. Yeah, so technically speaking, the name, because like, so they bought the license of a 5th division team. Red Bull bought the license of a 5th division team because it was outside of the German football league, and so that meant that they basically got to bypass a lot of the rules around like club ownership and stuff like that because it was such a low division and outside the German football league, technically. And that's exactly what it was. Because of rules in Germany, you can't, although it is Bayer Leverkusen are pretty much the exception to all the rules because they're a really old club that are essentially the property of Bayer Pharmaceuticals, so they got grandfathered in. But aside from Bayer Leverkusen, you're not allowed to have like a corporate entity in the name of the club. So they weren't, Red Bull weren't allowed to name the club Red Bull Leipzig. So they wanted that RB abbreviation though. So they called themselves Rasenballsport Leipzig, which means grass ball sport, lawn ball sport, something along those lines. Like it's basically a made up name that they just kind of pieced together words that are like vaguely reminiscent of football and that would give them the RB abbreviation, so they could be RB Leipzig. So they are widely mocked by everyone in Germany. Like even I have the Union Berlin, like I get the Union Berlin newsletter, and so they were showing like they had a little post with like each of the like five upcoming games or whatever for Union. And so they had the logos for each team, and then even in their little like newsletter, they had like a sticky note stuck over the Red Bull logo that just said Rasenballsport on it. So I was like, I'm getting on board with that. I don't like I don't like. Ooh. Drama and oh, there's the equalizer from Nantes. In the 6th minute of 5 minutes of stoppage time. The penalty shout, half the team was circling the ref to call it for a penalty, and while they were mobbing the ref, the rest of the team was scoring a goal at the back post. Damn. Late drama in the Breton derby. Yeah, so you can this is one of the most important lessons of German football is why everyone hates Leipzig, why everyone hates Red Bull. Even yesterday in the Stuttgart game, they had the banner, the Stuttgart fans had a banner against corporate cooperation between Stuttgart and Red Bull. Could have been a penalty to Nantes. Instead, they just keep going. Cross comes in, and El Arabi smashes it into the top of the net. 1-1. 2 extra minutes of stoppage time already. It was 2-0 at halftime. Nantes come all the way back, and the Breton derby ends 2-2 in Nantes. Yeah, this is exactly why people don't like Leipzig. Also, too, because like strictly speaking, Leipzig follows the 50+1 rule, but they have a couple things that are different from most other German clubs, which is the price of membership is extraordinarily expensive. Like to be a member of Union, for example, I think it's only about like 50 or 60. What is it? I think it ended up being about $250 Canadian when I looked at it for the whole year. But Leipzig gets like thousands of euros. It's the thing with though, like, so for example, like Leipzig doesn't really have an active fan scene. Leipzig is basically like the German version of like corporate American sports. Everything is very sanitized. Everything is very tightly controlled by the club and by Red Bull. You basically will never see anything that wouldn't be corporate approved happening in the Leipzig stadium unless it's in the away block, and even that they seem to try and keep a lid on the away block as much as they can. But yeah, this is why, and this is actually, so this was part of my plan. All the way through. Take by Schwebe. For the FC 26 manager mode with the GFFC team, my plan is to, because like if you put a custom team into manager mode, you got to take a team out. So I plan to yeet Leipzig out of existence and replace them with my GFFC team, as it would be, I feel like a narrative that all German football fans would appreciate. Have seen a league with no Leipzig in it. Yeah. I'm glad that you feel that way. Yeah, it's really not a vibe. That's why, for example, like as far as I know, no Cologne Ultras made the trip for this game because they basically don't even view Leipzig as like a real club, and they don't want them to get any of that away fan funding. Although lots of Cologne fans still make the trip, but the active fan scene tends to stay away. And when um, Also, it's just like a notable thing when they play in a couple weeks. Um, the Union Berlin fans will always do a 10-minute protest at the start of like a atmosphere protest at the start of the match against Leipzig, where they'll stay quiet in protest of basically RB Leipzig's existence. I should actually check. I think this time the first match between them is going to be in Köpenick. But even still, I'm pretty sure the Union fans will still. I think they still do the protest, the atmosphere protest for the first 10 minutes, even at the first drive, because well, that's how much everyone hates Leipzig. Also, a fun one though too, because like I had thought I could maybe understand because I'm like Leipzig's a big city, you know, like of course you're gonna have people who will support the like a Bundesliga team in the city. And there was a time when I was kind of like, I don't know, maybe if I would lived in Leipzig, maybe I'd go see the matches even with it being so shitty. And then I smacked myself a bit and woke up and it's like, what am I talking about? That's a good question. I don't know if Union's ever scored in the first 10 minutes against Leipzig. I imagine you'd probably get cheering, but you wouldn't get like the traditional after goal song because Union Berlin don't have a goal song like that plays through the speakers or whatever like most German teams do now. But I imagine they'd probably still cheer. But there is also too there's at least one other team in Leipzig. So all the real fans in Leipzig, all the active fan scene, they all seems to have rallied around Chemie Leipzig or Chemnitz Leipzig. The I think they're in the fourth division, but they have a proper fan scene. If you go on Instagram, seems to be a good place to find like the content from the ultras, see the tifos and choreos and all the fans stuff. Instagram's a good bet, and Chemie Leipzig are really, really well supported, even down deep in the divisions. Forwards, yeah, but the yeah. Ah, yes, exactly. There you go. At the same thought, yeah, Chemie Leipzig are the traditional fan supported team. Like that's there's a lot of love for Chemie, even amongst like other teams' fans, seen as the sort of like Leipzig antidote to Red Bull. If you go on my German Football FC Instagram page, I think I reshared a couple of videos of Chemie Leipzig recently. I don't really post much on my Instagram other than like just like the match schedules and whatever, but I do a lot of reposting of like different ultras aggregators and stuff like that. Mm, Nothing too recently, I guess. Have any other games that I had on here? Eh. Marius Bulter's been so good for Cologne this season. Nice to see him having a resurgence. A couple years on from leaving Union Berlin. Ha, that's fair. Hey, I mean, I don't blame you at all. I'm literally only on social media for this. I I had like an Instagram account for like posting some of like I like photography. I had a lot of pictures from my trips to Europe and like some wildlife photography and stuff like that. But like I'm never active on social media. It was just more like a photo gallery for myself, and so I only on there now to do to make basically make myself known for this, put my schedules and whatever up. I'm trying to get involved in the fan scene a little bit. 2-0 to United if he was onside. Man, gonna have to turn this game off soon if United don't have a player sent off or something. Yeah, I mean that's fair. I mean even too like I went on Reddit for the first time to just sort of see if there was any value in going on there. Oh, here comes Cologne. Corner. Um, I went on Reddit to see if there was like if that'd be a good place to either use as a resource or build community or whatever. Um, and I had to like after pretty much like a week and a half, I had to quit because it was just too there was just too much stuff. And having not been on social media for so long, it was weird to it was difficult because it's like there's so many interesting things. I'm just so interested in anything basically. So there's so many interesting things, so many interesting takes on football, so many like interesting questions in like the Germany Reddit and stuff like that. I was just like, I can't. This is not going to help me with really building community for the German football fan club. So like, I just need to stop, or this is going to be eating all of my free time. It was the same with Twitter too. Like I might go back to Twitter. So insofar as I might use it in the same way as Instagram to just like, just tweet out my streaming schedules and little, things from the project or whatever. But like, I don't really personally use social media. Let's put it that way. Yeah, and it's interesting because it's like Reddit can feel really like human and like dehumanizing at the same time because like people like it does seem much more designed as a like an actual online community, but because it is a deeply established online community, it's like I feel like when you start, it's hard to be involved because like you don't have any clout yet essentially. And so it was also like it was tough because like oh geez, Chelsea under pressure again. Like I understand them not wanting to have like shameless self-promotion and like over marketing and advertising or whatever, but like so I reached out to the Bundesliga um like subreddit mods or whatever and like laid out my whole project and what I was doing and how it works and like not it's not monetized. It's just, basically wanted to create a community space and I just wanted to let people on Reddit in the Bundesliga subreddit know about it so that um just not even really like I mean in a sense it's self-promotion, but like it was really just like I'm not trying to really get anyone to come. I just want people to know that if like they want to watch along for German football that one exists. And if people don't, then that's fine. Like, but so I asked if like if it would be okay to post a little thing, just letting people know that my project exists or whatever. And I just got back like a really curt like, you're self promoting. We don't like that here. You're just doing it for yourself, and that goes against our community or whatever. So I was like, okay, that's fair. I mean, you guys can run your community however you want, but like, it was clearly like just a copy paste response. And I was kind of like, well, I don't have the time or energy to build a presence on Reddit over the next like year or whatever, and also then keep myself from getting lost in Reddit for hours on end every day. So I was like, whatever, I'll be done with Reddit. I'll come back to it in the future if I build a big community and people are putting my stuff up there or whatever. Then maybe I'll re-engage. But it would have been too much work and very little payoff, and it didn't actually end up feeling very welcoming in the end. It would be good though. I mean, that's the thing though. It was really good to be able to see like fans talking about the different leagues and the different teams and stuff like that. Like I did find that really useful, but it's too much time and energy for not enough return, especially now that I'm insanely busy. Like every moment of the day, I really can't risk losing an hour to Reddit here and there, let alone more time than that potentially. I think that is the reason though, because so many people will, it seems like from like what research I did, because like I really wanted to be respectful. Like I really didn't want to just come in and be like, hey, here's this thing, like come follow me. I don't give a shit about this community. Like I'm just, it was more like, if people want to like a English language Bundesliga watch along, like here's what I'm doing, here's why I'm doing it, this is why I think it's important. And I do, from what I understand, like a lot of people do just, they don't go and reach out to the moderators or anything. They just post whatever they want, self-promoting, off-topic, whatever. And so, like, it does sound like for example, the Bundesliga Reddit mods, like, they have to deal with so much of that that's probably why I got, copy and paste response, was because they just have so much stuff. But it's kind of like, I don't know, I feel like the antidote to having, like, shameless spamming and self-promotion and whatever is to like actually engage with people, so that when there is a decent project, I mean obviously I'm biased towards myself, but like I mean someday I'd love for this to be my job, but again only if it's voluntarily supported. Like I only want people to support this project if they want to. I don't want to make it transactional or put anything behind paywalls or whatever. But that's also probably a good long chunk of time away, even if it ever happens. So it's tough because I'm not. God damn it. The grass ball sporters score again. Right before the half. Damn. Come on, Cologne. Let's see a rally here. Get back on the front foot right away again. I figure for myself, oh wow, that was a horrible challenge on Mazraoui. Well, don't know if he got the ball or not, but that's right, Cucurella, tuck yourself into another yellow card. I mean, because I feel like I'll maybe come back to Reddit if people on Reddit are like, it gets big enough that people on Reddit are posting my stuff on Reddit, then I don't have to do self-promotion posts. I can just engage with people, posting my comment, but or posting my stuff. But until I get welcomed back onto Reddit organically, I think I'm done for now. Grass ballers. Oh my god, I love that. That's a very pithy nickname. Really leave people confused. Put grass ballers instead of Rasenballsport on the scoreboard for their next feature game. Basically have to. Well, I guess I mean, as I say, it have to be another Friday game, but the Sunday time slots are all independent. I guess it's not even Friday today. What am I talking about? Got the top spiel. How this ended up as a top spiel, I don't know. I guess everyone has to have their turn in the Saturday top spiel slot. Also, I bet the Bundesliga probably loves the grass ballers, but fans certainly don't. The looks like it's what the Northsiders. They have the no pigeon, no party, making a cameo in Leipzig. Nine minutes of stoppage time in the first half in Manchester. Good cut inside. Good turn. Kick to the grass ballers. I love that. I'm gonna use that all the time now. He did kind of throw himself into that challenge. David Raum taking the free kick. Go away, grass ballers. Sounds like a good weekend. SF City party and a music festival. Sounds like a good options either way. Wow. Perfectly placed. The German Grimaldo. It's almost like a chip shot. Red bullshit. Gonna have a whole list of good names for them. Halftime in Leipzig. Sad. Get everything updated. I mean, at least on the upside, Koln did play pretty well. And now Casemiro's sent off. All right, there's some life in the United game. That's an interesting one. Pull back, but he did also win the ball. Guess he pulled him back before he won the ball, I guess, would be the ref's decision there. Mariska in the book too, it looks like, on the bench. Casemiro can't believe it. I feel like it's not actually, in a sense, it's not that different than Sanchez getting sent off, because it did look like Sanchez got his foot on the ball and then cleaned out the player, but he still got the red card. Casemiro did win the ball, but he also pulled the player back first. Dreadful by Kukurea. Come on, Chelsea, get one back before the half. Fresh United's spirit. So it can end in like a 2-2, 3-3, 4-4, something like that. I actually have I followed some people around SF City, and like the guys are on the public access, so follow the public access FC podcast, and some of the I followed a couple of people that seem to be around SF City, and now I got I followed some of them, and some of them followed me back. I feel like for being the German football fan club, I'm quickly becoming the SF City fan club. Greensville. Sounds familiar. I don't know where that is though. Oh damn. Well, I do love Ronaldinho. Okay, here I'm gonna take a picture of that too. I'm gonna have a lot of research to do before next week. Keep it coming. I'm happy to hear about very happy to hear about the USL, and see where they are. Okay, so I thought it was Carolina. That makes sense. That is amazing. That's amazing that they have success sandwiched between Atlanta and Charlotte. That's amazing. I wonder how they got Ronaldinho on board. Imagine there's probably clubs all over the place, all sorts of things he could be investing in. Definitely a strong vote of confidence if he saw fit to invest in them. I mean, I don't really know much about Ronaldinho as a person, but one of my all-time favorite footballers. Well, we're in halftime. I'll just be back in 1 second. I'm gonna grab my lunch because with the Nantes Rennes game, I missed my morning break window to have my lunch, so I'm just gonna grab that. I'll be back in like 60 seconds. Take a few minutes break now here. Just have my lunch, but like to keep the stream up in case anyone stops by. But gonna snack. Just mute myself while I chew, so no one has to hear that. Obviously, the traditional meal to go for, keeping with the German football, would be sausage on a bun. That seems to be a sausage far too large for the bun that it's on. That seems to be the go-to in German football. But Germans also love their Italian food, so a Roman pizza instead. Hopefully, Greenville get a boost with Atlanta hosting World Cup matches. I really hope that I really hope there's a lot of coverage of like the deeper fan culture in the US and like USL and stuff like that because of the World Cup, and that it isn't just shining a spotlight on the biggest, most corporate version of football in the US. I wonder if one of the reasons it never really caught on was because they wanted it to be an American style, sports franchise kind of setup. And then what they actually needed it to be was to be like football everywhere else. And so when MLS started to have like proper fan scenes, especially because of like the diaspora populations, it just started to grow organically in a way that they had never thought of, because they're like, no, we just, we want it to be like the NFL of soccer. And then I wonder if one of the reasons it's so big in the South is because you have so many like Latin American like immigrants and stuff like that in this, probably I would imagine, just makes sense geographically, more in the South than in the North, because there's so much of the development of football in the US seems to be because of diaspora communities, and it's very specifically like the Latin American communities in the States. That would be great. I mean, especially if they could like if they could get, because like it's tough because a lot of like, especially in the States, I imagine like so much of the World Cup is like corporate ticketing and all of that stuff. But like if they get actual people who are really there because they love football and love, you know, fan like the communal aspect of football and stuff like that, it'd be really great if they got a nice boost um from the World Cup and the presence there. A gift from the Latin American immigrant population of the United States, bringing them the joy of football, the real joy of football, the real joy of real football. That's interesting. It would be really fascinating to do like an examination of the different sort of fan base um, demographics. Well, I withdraw my claims. Kansas City does seem like it would be mostly white. I mean, if I'm being real, it's probably just the fact that like being a football fan, I don't know, to me it just feels a lot more engaging. Like I heard this described the other day when people were talking about the difference between the Bundesliga and the Premier League, which was like fans in the Premier League go to, oh, we're underway in Leipzig again. In England, fans go to watch the matches. In Germany, fans go to like be part of the match, to support the team, to be an active part of what's happening. And I wonder if it's sort of the same sort of thing in the States, where like fans appreciate having the opportunity to do something other than just like passively watch a sport. That's amazing. That's amazing. I just would not even, I would never, but again, I don't know. I don't know why I would be surprised because like I love football. I love the pretty much oh I mean, I love everything about football. I don't play it much, weirdly enough, but like I always enjoy playing it. I love like doing manager modes and things like that. Like I love the squad building. I love tactics. Got a lot going for it. I love that you can watch it and the only ads are at halftime, never during the game. It's got a lot going for it, especially because like as the American sports leagues become more and more like hyper corporatized, even with a league like MLS being very like corporate. Oh, there's the pigeons again. Um, I feel like the fans are just kind of doing their own thing in the football world in the States, and it's no matter how corporate things get, the fans just have their own sort of alternate reality that they control to a certain extent. I would have never guessed for Ohio though. Although I mean, I guess honestly all of them. Like who would guess for Kansas City or Nashville or Cincinnati? It's really awesome too. It's interesting to see the bonds that form. Like I heard that Minnesota FC, Minnesota City FC, something like that. Minnesota FC. Um, that they have like a really big connection to German football because of and like a fan friendship sort of connection with Kaiserslautern because a lot of like um a lot of military units from Minnesota were deployed to Kaiserslautern as part of like the American presence in Germany for like decades. So they know there's this bond between Kaiserslautern and the Minnesota football team in MLS. That is the thing, isn't it? It's like I feel like the biggest thing is just exposing people to it because again, like even just watching a bit of Goldbridge's coverage of the Bundesliga last night, like the amount him and the amount of people in his like super chats and stuff who are basically like, how have I never known about this before? How is the Bundesliga so good? How is it so different? Why is the atmosphere so great? Like this is amazing. How did we never watch this before? Love that. I would love to see a Cascadia derby. That would be high on my list of MLS matches to go see. Because I even remember back, like when because I did watch MLS for a while back around when Toronto entered the league, and they had some epic playoff runs, and I think they played, I think two or three finals. Toronto against Seattle. That was amazing, and the atmosphere in Seattle even back then was already amazing. Do you know if? Oh, let's see. It's funny. That was my natural inclination too. I would probably also go with. I'd probably also go with Portland if I had to pick one as to um which city I'd want to see it hosted in. Actually, I don't even know. Would the California Classico be San Jose and the Galaxy? Or yeah, let's see. Yeah, I imagine that's one's a bit of a tough sell. LA Galaxy seem to be a bit of a weirdly supported team, and I imagine for them now the big one is El Trafico. Probably really didn't do San Jose any favors having LAFC enter the league and create the sort of like local California LA derby, city derby. That would make a lot of sense. That would make a lot of sense because like obviously LA Galaxy were the first to the Beckham thing and everything, like the first to bring the big spotlight back to MLS. Oh, and San Jose had Landon Donovan. Yeah, that would was that would that because he also played for Galaxy at some point. Was that be? I imagine that was then before he went to the Galaxy. That's fair. Classic great Derby storyline. It's funny because I don't really know what Landon Donovan how he's perceived in the States, but I get the feeling that he probably didn't have to work very hard to be public enemy number one anyway. But definitely not gonna win over anyone making that kind of that's like was it Sol Campbell going from like Spurs or spurning Spurs to go to Arsenal or whatever. Or I guess probably a good example would be what we saw in the Breton derby this morning. Rangier, the captain of Rennes, who had been the captain of Nantes. Man, the rain in Manchester will be lucky if the stadium doesn't collapse before the game is over. Can't wait to see all of the Instagram clips of how flooded the stadium got. As the as I saw someone say on social media the other day, Man United are so bad even the stadium cries. Break in Leipzig game. Good. I feel a little bit vindicated then. That was my exact impression of Landon Donovan. He seems like an unpleasant person. And he definitely seems like he has a bad attitude. Definitely turned off ESPN FC and whatever anytime he was on. It's actually quite amazing that he managed to get a job in like in the media, given how unlikable he is. A good observation. Like what we were talking about yesterday with United, it's easier to churn out the money by being a banter machine and all drama than it is to actually, field a proper team and win. And given that, again, I don't think they really want. I don't think any league really, honestly wants community and like culture and ethics and stuff to be what actually guides the conversation around the leagues. It's everything now is just make it as attention grabbing and sensational as possible because that's the easiest way to monetize something. To get Howard, Donovan, and Lallis to clown themselves and everyone else and watch all the outrage to YouTube comments about how shit they are come rolling in, leading to exactly the monetization they're looking for. I mean, in a world where results are everything, as much as I hate it and I do not support it in any way, shape, or form, I'm not surprised at all that that's the main format that is used now. Because again, it's no point in there being substance to any of these things from the point of view of the people making money off of them. All they need is attention, enough attention to get the advertisers in and to get the clicks and the views. My clone. Oh, go get the ball in. Yeah, oh, man. There was the chance for Cologne. It feels like it feels like Mexico would be well advised to not pay so much attention to to the states. Substance is certainly hard to monetize, and call me conspiratorial, but I kind of get the feeling that mass media, including sports media, is not really meant for us to make us smarter or more connected. So I imagine that substance kind of goes against the MO of the people who run the media organizations and the investment funds that facilitate all of the sports and everything. If you gave substance to things, people might start to have ideas. Can't have people having ideas. ideas might lead to connections, and connections might lead to meaningful action. Chance for Koln from the free kick here. On Koln. Goal kick. Yes, I think that is exactly the formula they're going for. People who don't think but have very strong opinions. It definitely feels like culture has been optimized to produce that kind of situation. That is funny too, because the more that I think and the more that I learn, the less strong my opinions are. So it's kind of feeds right into the inverse of that. Game for next week. Nice. Okay, so Leipzig aren't going to be a feature game next week. They're in the Saturday 3:30, so won't have to listen to their garbage atmosphere again next week. Might not even keep an eye on the Wolfsburg grass baller game next week. The Volkswagen Company Club hosting the grass ballers. Corner to Cologne. Oh, good save. Come on, Clown. God. That is very well put. It's I mean it is a really wild experience to exist as someone sort of outside of like the I don't know, mainstream understanding of reality or narrative or whatever. Because like to me, like I used to be much more political and like I follow the news like every single day, but like as diverse sources as I could, and like I was very left wing in a sense. Um, Although it was always kind of framed through the lens of anarchism. Although it's that's sort of neither here nor there. But now I basically just try and keep an eye on everyone. And whoa, come on, come on, come on, come on, Bolter locked. Yeah, now I like to basically just kind of sit back and see what everyone is doing on all sides of the political and apolitical spectrum. And I mean, just what a shit show. Especially with all the people with extremely strong opinions on things they know absolutely nothing about. Because it's kind of wild to me too, because like I like to explore basically anything. Like I'm just a super curious person. So I've gotten kind of the point, especially because I used to be very sort of like bunkered on the left wing side of politics and society and whatever. Um, until I realized that there is no left and right, and that everyone who has actual power all bat for the same team and play play opposition to each other on television. But so it's fascinating. Like it's fascinating to see what the left wing has to say, what the right wing has to say, what the far right has to say, what the conspiracy theorists have to say. Like, but it's crazy because I feel like people don't understand that like you can interact with information without like internalizing it immediately. Because I'm like, like for example, it's like because it's like I can read about a conspiracy theory without immediately internalizing it into my being, but it seems like that's just how everyone takes everything now, is that like if you engage with information, then you must fully believe and endorse it. And it's like, how does that work? How do we ever learn anything? And certainly how do we ever learn from each other or learn to treat each other as like individual human beings first if literally any information that you even like interact with is immediately like branded onto you? Because I'm like, it reminds me of Daryl Davis, the black man who befriended the Ku Klux Klan and got like 200 of them to leave the Klan. And I'm like, in this modern day and age, and I even saw it because I did see it on Reddit, with, people talking about this, and I saw some wild takes about him being like bad because he didn't, for all sorts of reasons, but basically because like he was setting a dangerous precedent and that people shouldn't go and interact with the Klan. And I'm like, I understand. There's definitely situations, and especially for like African American people, that like I could see why you would be super hesitant to interact with the Ku Klux Klan or go to their meetings or whatever. But like Daryl Davis showed, the way to get Klans people to stop being Klans people was to actually like go and talk to them and meet them as a human being first, so that they could then discuss their disagreements from a position of accepting each other as human beings first. And like, just there's so much stuff I saw on Reddit that was just so crazy, where it was basically like, no, you can't do that, it's too dangerous. I'm like, well, it might be dangerous to go and hang out with the Klan if you're black, but on the grand scheme of things, it's probably more dangerous for everyone to go and hide in their own sort of cultural bunkers and stop seeing each other as humans. Because as Daryl Davis says, as long as people are talking, they're not fighting. It's when people stop talking that violence starts happening. Yeah, yeah. That's what pushed me out of the sort of mainstream left. I mean, I was always more of an anarchist at heart anyway. But being a human, I wanted to, I wanted to be sort of part of the gang, as it were. Like I wanted to, even though I didn't usually fully agree with them. Ooh, good chance over the bar. Want to be, if you're on the left, and especially in politically tense times, you want to sort of be part of the group with it. I was just kind of like, I saw so much of that, of just kind of like, well, you're clearly not listening to the other side, and like, you don't have to agree with like, say, the right wing or whatever, but if you're not actually like listening, what a grab by that fan in the stands. If you're not listening to the other side, like, again, you can, like, I find it really interesting to listen to right wing people. I generally don't agree with them all that much, but I agree with them more than I thought I would when I actually stop to listen to what they're saying and their rationale and stop just looking at them as like one-dimensional crazy people and actually like listen to what their arguments were. And like me agreeing with them or not doesn't even really matter. But like I was like, okay, well, whether I agree with you or not, like at least I understand why you believe the things that you believe and do the things that you do. So if I ever have to interact with conservative people, I can actually interact with them from a perspective of like, well, like at least I know where you're coming from, even if I don't necessarily agree with you. But there was just none of that happening. It was like, and I mean, to be fair, you look at, it's not just the left either. Like, obviously, then also sort of starting to get into right-wing circles just to see, like, be able to see left-wing, right-wing, everyone in between, like, where they actually stand and hear from themselves what they say and who they think they are and whatever. And it was, there's the same problem on the right, because, again, it goes back to, like, I feel like we're conditioned to be echo chambered. It's interesting though, because I mean the idea, like, if you're at a table with 4 Nazis, it's a table of 5 Nazis, like, again though, because it's like, then was Daryl Davis a Klansman? Yes, that I definitely agree with. And that's the thing too, because it's like, yeah, I mean, I agree, because there's so much like really sloppy, lazy thinking. Um, I feel like the left almost has the problem of being, ironically, unintellectual now. They show no interest in basically anything other than what they already believe. And then on the right, you have this weird sort of like over-intellectualism where they intellectualize until they come up with an excuse for anything that they want to say or do. And I'm like, that's not really useful either. It's an interesting thing, though, too, to think that because I agree, though, that it is the community on the right that tends to be what draws people in. But it also makes sense because, I mean, people on the right generally tend to be more conservative, and conservative values tend to be more, like, it's the two sides of the coin for, like, conservatives, because they tend to be very good to their in-group, as it were, because they are very, like, community-minded. But the flip side of that, of course, is that then they're much less welcoming to out-groups. And so then you get the conflict there, especially now in places like the United States where, like, there's a wide diversity of people, so, like, it's the in-group, out-group mentality becomes a lot more, like, precarious in a very multi-dimensional society, or oh! Good defending by Koln. Ball behind him there. Yeah, I mean, I should say faux intellectualism. A lot of words, but not a lot of substance. It doesn't help, though, that the left generally don't seem to be particularly well put together, because, like, I feel like one of the reasons why, like, someone like Charlie Kirk, for example, was able to get so much traction was because the left-wing people really wanted to, like, prove him wrong, but they didn't actually come prepared. And so, like, he would make left-wing people look like fools because he was actually prepared. Again, like, I don't know a ton about Charlie Kirk or what he really had to say or whatever, but like his whole shtick was debating. So like he would come prepared, whether his arguments made any sense or whatever or not, he would come prepared. And the people who would debate him usually would not come prepared. Even if they were right, they usually were not able to, like, from what I've saw of his interactions with left-wingers, they weren't generally able to articulate themselves in a useful way. Oh, come on! Ah, good block. Yeah, yeah, argumentative and contrarian, yeah. It's all, I find it to be all very aesthetic. There's very little substance to virtually anything politically anymore. It's basically about point scoring, it seems like to me. And if it's about point scoring, then you can't listen to what your opponent really has to say in any other way than, like, how can I dunk on them for this? And it's, in a sense, it's a shame too, because like I can appreciate that Charlie Kirk's shtick was debating, because I think debating is great, and I think that people on all the sides of the political spectrum should talk to each other a lot more, and should debate in good faith. I don't know if he debated in good faith, but like should debate in good faith. But like even that, it's like it still ended up just being like, again, just point scoring. Like doesn't strike me that probably a lot of those debates with like Charlie Kirk and like I know that what's his face Crowder had his like prove me wrong thing, the thing that he did or whatever. But I'm like, again, it's not those aren't discussions in good faith to find common ground and humanity and whatever. It's like it's a point scoring exercise. Like, I'm gonna make the libtards look stupid. Yeah, that seemed to be the vibe that I would get from uh Kirk, was that he was basically, yeah. It wasn't like, oh, here come the grass ballers again. Ooh, it's Anthony or post. And that's the thing too, because it's like it doesn't really help, because like it's just like point scoring. It's all point scoring, because it's like, okay, well done, Charlie Kirk. You made a bunch of lefties look like idiots because they are idiots. But like unfortunately you didn't actually prove why you're right. You just showed that they weren't appropriately prepared to talk to you. Because that's the thing, it's like if you have figures and they're not right, it looks more convincing than when you're arguing against someone who doesn't have figures, even if the figures don't mean anything. Yeah, exactly. It's tough though too, because it's like it feels like there aren't even, oh come on. Come on, Glum. Get your shit together. It feels like because I'm kind of like, the thing is too that like anyone who would be sort of politically in the middle or like relatively unbiased wouldn't really, like, they don't ever tend to seem to make the spotlight, and so they probably don't even think to like debate a moderate. Yeah, it's, and it like it is a shame too, because again it goes back to where this all started with, like, sort of lowest common denominator stuff, where it's like the sort of like loudest, most like obnoxious, most like the most dramatic, the most sensational things are always get the lead, because like again, like I don't know, I feel like I not to toot my own horn or whatever, but like I feel like I would be a great person to debate the Charlie Kirks of the world or the left wing equivalents, because like I feel like I'm now in a position where I probably know more politically and like historically than a lot of these people who are these big name like figures on the left and right. But like I don't have a dog in the fight anymore. Like I don't really care about politics in the sense that like I don't think that any active political figures have any voters' interest at heart, other than like the very odd, rare one at like a local level, city councilors and stuff like that sometimes. Maybe the odd person who makes it to the like, I don't know, in the States, like the House of Representatives or whatever, but like I have read very broadly, and it's hard for me to believe that anyone involved in mainstream politics has any ability or desire to make anyone's lives better. Because like no matter what happens, everything always just seems to get worse. And like a perfect example to me is like the Democrats with yeah. And it's sad too because it's like there's some people in the left media space that I really liked or really like. Like, I'm generally speaking, I have been fond of Jimmy Dore. I mean, I tend to gravitate towards comedians because the whole friggin' thing's a comedy, not in a funny way, but like I like Jimmy Dore, but I don't even listen to him anymore because it's. I feel like it's you have to go into the extremely fringe alternative media spaces to get anyone who's talking about anything of that like below the surface level. Because like I like Jimmy Dore's general vibe, but like I feel like there's just so many things that are just like when I go and look at what he's been covering, it's like, oh my god, yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about all of them. I managed to like because one of the things that got me into the left alt media space was like Young Turks back in like 2014, 15, 16, somewhere around there, around the Bernie times. And then so yeah, like Sam and Kyle and all of them, Hassan were around, and I already found them most of them so unbearable then. And then like I switched from Jimmy to or from the Young Turks to like Jimmy Dore uh when he left the Young Turks. But like it's all just kind of the same. This is exactly why I gave up on politics and decided to try a community project instead. So like everything in the political space is just so radioactive now, and because everything is so like tribal, there's just no space for any sort of nuance anymore. So I'm like, well, how about we move out? Like, I'll move out of the political space and I'll try football because football is probably the greatest cultural social connector in the world. Let's try starting with something that everyone loves together, and then if we have differences, we can work from the position of all being football lovers first. Yeah, I know, right? I thought so too. I was like, wow, these guys, like, this is the real voice of the left. And it's funny because, like, I mean, again, like, I don't really think in political terms anymore, and I don't really brand myself particularly left or right per se. But it's funny because I feel like I'm now, in a sense, more progressive than most progressives, but also more conservative than most conservatives, but like just in ways that are completely foreign to mainstream political discourse. And it's weird too, because like I don't know, I think Cenk is just collapsing under the weight of his own failed media empire. And I don't know what is happening with Anna. Usually when I see her talk, she has better takes than she used to. But they're always completely out of context, so I assume she's probably more or less the same that she always was. I get the feeling that the Young Turks realized that they were being left behind by the sort of like progressive audience, and so they ended up becoming a little bit more vocally progressive without literally doing anything actually different other than slightly changing their tone to like trying to recapture the progressive viewership. Well, tinfoil hats are welcome here, my friend. I don't tend to put a whole ton of weight onto things that are too conspiratorial because honestly, even if they are true, no one's going to believe them. So there's no point in putting much weight in them. Although it is amazing to me, having looked into conspiracies in the vein of just kind of looking into anything and everything. It's amazing how many conspiracy theories the CIA has their own documentation proving. Hassan is definitely a plant. I completely agree with that. That one feels like an easy home run. One back for Chelsea with 10 minutes to go. The Chalaba. Come on, Chelsea. Get a draw so that it doesn't really do much for either of you. It's weird all the things that get clumped in under the sort of like tinfoil hat umbrella. Because I'm like, there's some things that are just like, because like for example, like again, this is a very important situation of not immediately absorbing everything that you come into contact with. But like I tried to look into flat Earth, not because like it made any sense to me, but specifically because it didn't make any sense to me. Because I was like, how are there people who believe the flat Earth thing like so vehemently? Like, you know, and I couldn't find. Oh, come on. The side netting, good. Hang in there, clone. Yeah, because I was like, I always find it interesting. The things that get demonized the most, a lot of them often have a little bit more interesting nuance to them. But like, I looked into the flat Earth thing, and I'm like, I just could not find any explanation whatsoever that made any sense to me. But it's interesting because you have like conspiracy theories that are like that, like flat Earth, and I don't know, maybe there is something to flat Earth. I genuinely don't know. I have not found anything that even provides like a half decent argument for it. So I don't know, but that gets lumped in with a bunch of things like media control, like the intelligence agencies having control of the media or whatever. And it's like, well, you can go on the CIA's website and read all about Operation Mockingbird or whatever that's been going since like the 60s and never officially ended. And you look at like the CIA's own documentation of Mockingbird, and it's like, wow, that sounds exactly like what is happening right now in the media. But then people are like, tinfoil hat conspiracy theorists. I'm like, I don't know, just read the CIA documents yourself. Like, you don't have to believe me. You can believe the people who did it because they literally published all their paperwork on it. Like, and it doesn't necessarily mean that it's proof that, you know, tight CIA control of the media nowadays and whatever. But I'm like, the program never officially ended. There would be no reason for the government and the intelligence agencies to stop it. And we have like 30 years of documentation proving in their own words that they did it. But that gets put under the like the tinfoil hat like sorted in with all the tinfoil hat stuff. But I'm like, I don't know what conspiracies are when like half of them have been admitted to by the guilty party. Like but it's all, again, it's sort of the same thing. It's all put together in a churn so that if there any conspiracy theories that are true, no one will ever really know because it'll all just get lost in the shuffle of all of the crazy, intentionally chaotic and insane ideas that get thrown in there too. That was the thing about flat Earth to me, though, was that it was so difficult to find like even a basic explanation of even like what the idea basically is. And so that's what made me curious, because I was like, well, oftentimes information that's suppressed has at least some important truth in it, but I'm like, for the life of me, I cannot find anything that like can substantiate flat Earth at all. Like just nothing. There's some really wacky conspiracy theories out there where like looking into them, I could at least be like, well, at least there's enough pieces of evidence here that like you can at least make a coherent argument for it, even if it still seems like incredibly unlikely and very unproven. But I'm like, flat Earth is one where I'm just like, I really don't know how it got the like. And again, I feel like flat Earth must basically be like a psyop to to make conspiracy theorists look extra crazy and bad, because I cannot find anything to it. And again, like I'm not a flat earther. I wasn't looking to be a flat earther. But I'm just super interested in information that gets um pushed to the fringes or gets obfuscated. And it kind of felt like that's what it was with the flat earth stuff, but I'm now like looking into it, I'm like, nah, I think it just doesn't make any sense, and that's why it never really that's why it was at the fringes, because that really seems to be where it belongs. Especially too, because like into like I have a wide variety of interests. I'm into like theology and religious studies. I'm not particularly religious per se, certainly not in a theological way, but like I do find it interesting as like a cultural study. And I'm like, even there, I'm like, the literalist interpretation of the Bible is another thing that's like really unsupportable to me. Yeah, Gulf of Tonkin is a good one, because it seems like that was there have been a lot of Gulf of Tonkins, let's say. It seems like when they need a war, they find a way, or they want a war, they find a reason for it. Boo! Leipzig win. Enough of that nonsense then. Good try, Cologne. We still love you, Billy Goats, but gross. See if Chelsea can get a draw in the last few minutes at United. Yeah, that's really shocking, isn't it? Like when you see things like that, because like that the crack epidemic is one of those ones where I'm like they basically admitted it in their own words in their own documents. Like I don't know for sure, but like I'm pretty sure that one's pretty much irrefutable now. And like the AIDS epidemic is another one that seems to like have pretty strong indications that that was pretty much like a targeted campaign. But yeah, it's like no systemic racism. We just happen to really like to just coincidentally go after the minority populations who can't defend themselves. That's definitely a big problem. And this is where like I mean, to be fair, like it can be really hard to examine like your own biases and perceptions, because like of course because you're viewing it from within your own, or like preconceptions, because you're viewing it from within your own perception. But that's also the problem, because then if we don't have people talking to each other, and we don't have people from different, like different viewpoints and stuff um sharing their ideas, and like being able to properly contextualize to each other what you actually believe, so that you can have like, if you have like a conservative and a liberal, say discussing an issue, it's usually like straw man versus straw man, because like the the liberal will just attack their caricature of conservatism, and the conservative will just attack their caricature of liberalism. And the only way to even begin to like get anywhere on any of this, I feel like, is to like for people to like actually talk to each other, so they actually know what the other side is saying. Because it's like you can't really dismantle like a liberal can't properly actually dismantle conservatism if they don't actually know what conservatives actually believe and practice, and vice versa. Yeah, and I think that I mean even that, even like, and it's not to say that like race isn't real or that like there aren't socio-political or cultural like issues that do hinge on race. But I mean even to constantly frame things in racial terms is already kind of problematic because then you're already creating an inbuilt division. Yeah. It's just it's Ooh, good tackle by Chalaba. Man United fans are far too excited. It's amazing too because it's like particularly for people who talk about like institutionalized racism and like the legacy of things like slavery, like that's absolutely people should talk about those things. But it is interesting to me too because I'm like one of the things that was has always been the most successful because it's like even for example like and I know I could be wrong, this is just sort of like something that I've heard that made sense to me, was that like even for example during slave times in the South, like a lot of white people had really terrible lives too, but they were artificially positioned in a position of power above like the African American people. And so like their life was horrible, but because they had someone else that they could kick down on and take their frustrations out on, like they didn't find any solidarity with the slaves who were also living miserable lives. And I think that's a really important thing to note because it's like whether left wingers or right wingers or conservatives or liberals or whatever, like whoever might be right, although I think honestly everyone is probably a lot wrong and a little bit right from what I can tell. I don't think any sort of political opinions are really completely without some merit because like even a lot of the most extreme ones they come from a lived experience, you know, like for example like Chris Hedges talks about in his book about um like the like far right Christians, that a lot of the people in like the far right Christian movement in the States, the ones that he met when he went sort of undercover, a lot of them were victims of horrendous abuse and like child abuse and neglect and also had broken homes and all sorts of stuff. And that was a lot of what informed why they had such, if you have, in my opinion, often horrendous views. Um, and I think that's the thing that we often overlook is that, like, again, you don't have to agree with, like, say, conservative people. But if you don't understand why they're conservative, then you can't hope to ever really accomplish anything with them, whether it's turning them into liberals or whether it's just trying to get them to, like, chill on some of the, you know, more damaging things they might believe or whatever. Like, especially because if you don't treat them as humans and you just argue against a straw man of them, then it just drives them even more into the belief that they're just, you know, that they're right and they're dealing with like incompetent morons essentially. That was yeah, we were talking about that. It's like how like Latin American people all sort of have to take on like a sort of homogenous Latin. Oh, come on. Homogenous Latin identity. Is that what you're talking about? That was really interesting. I've thought about that a lot since you enlightened me on that. I think that is a really important thing to consider, that it was basically like colonial on colonial violence. They weren't taking the land from like indigenous Mexicans. They were taking it from basically the post-Spanish Empire. It's actually interesting too because it's a similar sort of thing in Europe to a certain extent, because like Europe gets sort of homogenized as like the colonial peoples, which is sort of neither here nor there, because there was also like, for example, there was some Arab colonialism or whatever, but like it was definitely the Europeans who were by far the most insistent on colonizing everyone else in the world. But it's interesting because something that people often miss about European colonialism was that the first victims of European colonialism were Europeans. And like it probably goes back even further than this, but like as far as I know, the first sort of large scale genocide that in history was the Roman genocide of the Celts in Gaul during the Gaelic Wars, where they enslaved a third of the population and genocided a third of the population and basically completely restructured Celtic society. And then they went out and rooted out every last sort of like every last stronghold of Celtic and Druidic culture. And then but also too, it wasn't just, oh man, Reece James. Good God, man. Um, Jeez. What a sloppy end to the game. But even too, as late as I think it was the 15th or 16th century, the Europeans were genociding the Lithuanian pagans. And so like the first victims of European colonialism were the Europeans themselves, and then the broken European peoples were weaponized and unleashed on all the other unfortunate peoples of the world. That's really sad. That's really sad, especially because like there is so much cultural uh diversity from what I understand in terms of like actual diversity in Latin America and like particular, well, not Latin America, I should be more careful with my words, the indigenous Americas. Yeah, that is a really good point. Like for example, like my partner, her family, like her family name comes from like the Netherlands, but like the part that borders Germany. But like her family actually comes from Russia in a sense because they were like Volga Germans who had moved from Germany to Russia and then moved from Russia to Canada. Boo, United win. So fun. Um, but they ended up not even really. I mean, it's fair. It's Canada, U.S. are basically the same thing. I mean, yes and no, but I feel like a lot of the old school, like a lot of the migration that shapes the sort of the Caucasian populations of the Americas, all sort of came from the same places doing the same things. But then it also creates a situation where it's like, so you have this weird sort of like faux connection to places that you have no connection to, and then no connection to the places that people should actually have connection to. And then also because we cultivate this idea of like, oh, I'm not a you just say like I'm not American per se, like I'm Irish American or Italian American. That also those people then also don't actually root into creating an American culture, like rooted in America and whatever. I get the feeling that a lot of this is designed to make everyone eventually rootless and detached from any sense of history or culture or continuity of place. Yeah, yeah, exactly. And you actually see that especially too with like immigrant populations where they come over with their name, and sometimes like right when they arrive, or but also, especially in the past, was like within one generation where they had like a difficult Polish name, for example, that Americans or Canadians couldn't like pronounce. So it gets shortened down, cut in half, all of the difficult consonants taken out. More game. Where the heck is it? I very strongly feel that there's a major high-level push to try and unroot basically everyone. Because if you're not rooted in your land and your community and your history and your culture and your family and all of these things, any or all of those things, then you become easy to lead around. If you're unmoored, you can be pushed into space easily. Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. And that's the tough thing too, because it's like I think that people should have pride in where they live, and they should try and root in where they are, whether they're immigrants or locals or indigenous or whatever it might be. But it becomes really challenging. Yeah, exactly. And then it's interesting. Yeah. And I mean, like, so like in Canada, for example, we now have at like pretty much like they have it on a sign in the grocery store. They read it out before like every major public event, sporting event, public gatherings, whatever. Everything is always, we have like a land acknowledgement. So like it's always like, we want to recognize that we're on the land of the, on Treaty One territory of the Ojibwe Cree, and I clearly have not heard it enough to have memorized it. But the thing about it is that even that feels like it is meant to divide people, as opposed to like actually create any sense of like connection to the indigenous people or to their rights or to anything that they might be due, because it just ends up feeling like an empty gesture. Because I'm like, okay, so we read everything we do, everywhere we go, we read this land acknowledgement that we're on the land of the treaty land of indigenous people, and that our water comes from, like here in Winnipeg, our water comes from a local reserve. But like that doesn't actually do anything. It just feels very performative. And I'm like, it's great to acknowledge that we're on the land, but like it doesn't really help though if it doesn't do anything for indigenous people or for anyone actually understanding anything. Like we have a truth and reconciliation or something holiday here in Canada, but like I don't know literally a single person who spends that day learning about indigenous culture or the history of indigenous people in the country or the treaties or anything. Like it's just a lot of lip service, and no one, particularly indigenous people, seem to actually get anything out of it. It's interesting though too, because even the idea of like land back, to me, it's like it becomes a very difficult concept, because like so this isn't to say that indigenous people don't have rights to their land or to the land, to this land, what have you. But even the land back thing, I'm like, well, one of the ideas is that for indigenous people that they didn't own the land, like they lived with the land, as part of the land, as part of as part of nature and the ecosystem, and like the concept of ownership of the land wasn't really a thing, because they viewed, you could say, reality entirely differently. And so to like, it's tough because it's like it feels like if the indigenous people are given at least some of the land back, it won't really bring their culture or anything back though, because it's now within the framework of like you guys used to live in like as part of nature, as part of the land. Like you didn't view yourselves as owners of the land because you were partners in existence with the land and with the animals and things like that and with the water. So to give them the land back now would be to give it to them within that capitalist framework of like, this is your property now. So it's kind of like, how can the indigenous people revive their culture when they have to do it all through the framework of like, well, you own this. This is your property, and you have to look after your property. Yeah, and exactly. And the more that we enrich them through capitalism, through the wonders of capitalism, the further it takes them away from who they really are. Or like, like, and I mean, I'm not an expert on indigenous cultures. I'm not claiming to say that like I know virtually anything about indigenous people, to be fair. Like I try to, but like I'm not trying to make any sort of claim of like, oh, I know how indigenous people were and how they lived and they were so great or they were so bad or whatever. But like being very interested in indigenous metaphysics and like spirituality, the beautiful thing about indigenous people was that they didn't view the land as their property, that they just viewed themselves as like one piece in this web of life. And so everything that we do now to try and like help indigenous people is like, here is a capitalist modern western solution to centuries old problems that don't even align with like how you live to begin with. Well, I can guarantee you that that's the sort of thing that will definitely not be allowed. I could see them, for example, giving like, because like, from what I understand, in the States, a lot of indigenous people like they are technically considered like nations within a nation, and it's the same sort of thing in Canada, like the Métis Nation and stuff like that. But like, they're never going to give them real sovereignty, as far as I can tell. The only people who are meant to be entitled to sovereignty in our system are the people who make the rules, let's say. That's the exact same playbook in Canada. They all got pushed off into reservations in the middle of nowhere. Uh, had basically every aspect of their culture destroyed, and then yeah, we gave them booze and casinos and talk about how there's so many problems with like child abuse and like intergenerational trauma and stuff like that. I'm like, well, yeah, because the indigenous people of the Americas basically suffered like a living Armageddon, and they were left to suffer and die for like 200 years before we even began to do anything about it. And now it's basically like, yeah, wow, you guys are really fucked up. Like, here's some money. That might do something or something. Like, it's just, it's really dismal. And that's the thing too. It's like, imagine it's like, oh, our solution is we're gonna do like tax-free like gambling, and they can sell like cigarettes and gasoline tax-free and whatever. And I'm like, okay, so I guess like it's good for them because it makes it a little bit easier for them to operate in those areas. But I'm like, is casinos, gasoline, and cigarettes really what the indigenous people need to like be building their society around? Like, the name does sound familiar. Let's see. Sounds like my kind of guy. I'm not for the advocating of killing anyone, but FBI agents would be kind of lower on my list of how much I would care. Man, he's like the Mandela of North America. Thank God he actually got out. Joe Biden did something useful before he left. Good for him. Joe Biden's auto signing pen machine did something useful before Biden left. Again, not advocating for killing FBI agents, but I kind of get the feeling that if they were shot, they probably had it coming. They're, again, not advocating for people getting killed, but I have a feeling that the FBI were probably doing something that was the cause for there to be shooting, and not just, doing their jobs. Yeah, right. Clearly a serious, dangerous threat. Half-blind 81-year-old. Definitely an interesting figure that I'm gonna have to look into more, though. Yeah. One more game left on the schedule today. The Breton Derby this morning. The Northern Derby this evening. Lens and Lille. Should be a great atmosphere, especially because it's going to be hosted by Lens, the more working class of the clubs. Sort of the French equivalent of the Ruhr Derby, mining country, northern French mining country there. No need to apologize. The only thing that ever bugs me is not being able to get to everything. I'm sometimes to my own detriment. I'm probably one of the most curious people you'll ever meet. So always happy to have endless recommendations. So yeah, gotta watch Copa 90 when the streams are over. I got Leonard Peltier open. I got Greenville's page open to look into them a bit more. A bunch of, all the other USL teams you mentioned. This is good though. I mean, this is. I mean, if I'm being real, this is why it was so perfect to have you as like my first regular viewer. because it's exactly what I wanted. Because like part of a big part of this was like I'm finding out, I guess, that like I know a lot about football, relatively speaking, but like my whole intention was to share what I know, but like just as much to learn. Like I've learned so much from you about USL, for example, and like the football scene in the States, especially like outside of MLS. And like we've had such good talks about a whole bunch of things. So like I don't know, this is perfect for me. Like my idea of this was like basically like growing up, like I've never really had almost anyone ever in my life who has been into football. So like I've always watched football alone. And I've always really enjoyed it on the rare occasions where I had like a friend or, happened to be in a place while traveling or whatever where there was other people who were into it. But like my idea for this channel was basically like, let's have the football on and treat it like as if we're all just hanging out in the living room, watching the game, chatting about the football, the whatever, anything that comes up. So I know that it kind of, we kind of can end up drifting a bit far from the football, but for me that's fine. I don't know, maybe if this becomes a big channel and I have thousands of people watching, it might end up, that might be getting a little too far off track. But given that you're the only person who's commented today, so I feel like it's fair play for us to just take it wherever we want to take it. If someone wants to step in the chat and be like, "Hey guys, shut up, let's talk football," or "Stop talking," like I'll take that on board. But when it's just me, me and you in here doing the chatting, I'm happy to. I'm happy for it to be. We can just talk about whatever, whatever's interesting. It's what this is meant to be, as much a hangout as a watch along. It's really tough to sort of like brand a space like this because like also learning, like I don't really know how other people interact with YouTube, so like it's hard to like position this as like just come and hang out, talk about whatever you want to talk about. Like we'll talk about the football, we'll talk about politics a lot, it would seem. Can talk about food, can talk about culture, like, so I appreciate all of your contributions. Especially too, because like often like a lot of the political talk that we had to do with St. Pauli, because like, and I think that's an important thing. Like St. Pauli are a super political club, and it seems like it's important that they're having a good start to the season and like love the footballing side of it. But like one of the most interesting things to me about St. Pauli right now is that they are having a bit of like a soft civil war within the fan base as to what St. Pauli means and what they stand for. And like obviously like race and culture and stuff like that is really tied in with football in the States, whether it's diaspora communities creating really good fan culture or whether it's issues of discrimination and things like that. The culture of different fan segments and things like that. Everything in the world is connected, so everything is welcome. Ooh. I guess I should mention I do have a game on. I got the Lens Lille stream up and running, so it's just the end of the Brest Nice game. Brest winning 4-1 with a minute left in second half stoppage time. This is where I got to give Goldbridge a little bit of credit, give him a little bit of due, because like I think I've said this before, but like, oh, another chance, another clearance. I don't really agree with Goldbridge on virtually anything. I have like completely opposing football philosophy to him essentially, but I really appreciate that he created a space, like he created a community, and that's the thing, like created a community space. And the one thing that like really sort of pushed me to want to do this project was seeing the people who would send him like super chats saying like, I'm so happy to have like this space and to have this community. Like, I've been having a hard time, or a loved one died, or like been having a hard time with work or things like that. But like, it really keeps me going to have a community, have this community and hang out with the people and whatever. And that was the thing that ultimately got me wanting to start this project. Was like, I would want to create a community, like a football community, where people like have that, where I'm consistent enough and it's a good enough space and people feel welcome, and to create a space where people like have a community that helps them get through their lives, because like it is really hard these days. A lot of people are struggling, and it's hard to not feel like, I mean, I'm sure a lot of it is the way that it's framed to us, but like it's hard to not feel like things aren't going well and that they're sliding downhill. So like, I wanted to create a community around football, because football is what I love, and also I feel like there's such a great the German fan scene is such a good living example of community and solidarity, and like building parallel structures, and taking responsibility for yourself and your community and your people, whatever. And just wanted to create a community where people could feel welcome and at home, and help them through what they're going through and whatever, and where we could then maybe build bonds, whereas everything starts to deteriorate and everyone gets more and more separated, that we have maybe a place where, again, we meet at football, and then if we have problems with each other, if we have issues, if we have political stuff, that we start from something common ground of, we all love football and we're all human beings, and now let's talk about our issues. I mean, I imagine that you are probably correct, but I am also definitely interested in, or open to, teaching 19-year-olds about Lumumba. The children need to know. And it's been good having you as the first sort of the first regular, because it instead of getting sucked into like just the fan side of it, that might have drawn me kind of off track from what I wanted it to be, having the political talk and like expanding onto like all of the sort of broader themes about football and stuff like that, and like all the things that connect into it from the beginning is good. It didn't let me sort of like just slip into like any of uh the banter side of things, and but keep it actually having some real grounding, hopefully. Are you watching along, slash are you able to watch along with the Lens Lille game? I hear this is one of the sort of dark horse great derbies of Europe. Can't really trust it per se, but ChatGPT suggested this is probably the most intense sort of cultural derby in France. Like Le Classique, which is tomorrow, Marseille and Paris is of course the biggest one. God damn, that's an impressive tifo. Lost. Full stadium tifo and choreo for the Lost fans. Let's smash these dogs. Lens might be in as with a shot of being my French team as well. Lille got 2 tifos and a full stadium choreo from Lens. Kind of epic pyro show going off in the Lille guest block. I'm actually really excited for this game. I was trying to do some research into the best derbies and rivalries in France for hey, it's Raphael Varane. Trying to do some research into like the best derbies and rivalries in France and in the various leagues that I would be able to cover. So like Championship, Italy, um, uh, Poland and Turkey. Those are the ones that are covered with the various services that I have. And this was the big standout to me, Lens and Lille. By some accounts, Lens have the best fans in Liga. I've been pretty impressed with Lille's fans. Watched a couple of their games this season. But the Stade Bollaert, which is Lens' stadium, supposed to be one of the best. It would be on my football bucket list to go see a big match at Stade Bollaert. I didn't know they had ceremonial kickoffs like they do the ceremonial puck drops in the NHL. I think I won't even bother with the other games. Just don't need Udinese, Milan, or Fulham, Brentford. Have a full attention on this big Derby de Nord. They all have dominated this match. Loving the atmosphere already, though. Usually see the energy focused in one stand, but it looks like every terrace there at the Bollaert has their own sort of ultras groups. Rare to see the sort of the main ultras stand being the main far grandstand there. Throw into Lens. Don't usually see a capo platform on the midfield line. Hi to everyone. Definitely a physical start to the game. Proper physical energetic derby. Sorry, I just got finished chewing. It's been so good having you again, my friend. Oh, Lance score! Offside. It's been so good having you again, Oro. That's you always make these streams so much better, so much more entertaining, and I learned so much from you. I really love having the long list of things to look up. It's right up my alley. Seeing that goal, not goal again. I really enjoy talking to you and the sort of the diversity of our conversations and all of the things that you've got me onto and shared with me and taught me. So thanks so much for stopping in again. I really appreciate you and hope to see you tomorrow. But of course, if you can't make it, then I'll catch you at the next one. But thanks again for stopping by. I hope you have a really good rest of your weekend. Enjoy the music festival. Enjoy the SF City party if you can make it. And hopefully see you tomorrow for Frankfurt Union. That's going to be an epic rocking atmosphere in Frankfurt there. Two of the best fan bases in Germany. Don't know how good the football will be, but the atmosphere will be great. I'll catch you later. Right, up and running there. Whoa. Whoa, all the way through! Flying start to this game in the first half. First few minutes of the first half. Just missed Fofana, but came all the way through. Good save. Kind of a double save by the keeper there. Ooh. Bit behind Giroud there. Great physical start to the game here. Neither side holding back at all. Whoa, definitely a foul there. Throwing him down by his jersey. Not even close. As well. Now. Thirty-nine minutes, almost 9 minutes gone. Good touch around the corner. Oh, if he could have got that three, had his man in space on the right side here. Well defended. That pass, though, to be fair. Excellent pace and energy to this game so far. I'll have to look up if the Bolliards, if Luns have three distinct terraces. We challenge there. Good save. That's for Lille coming forward. That's in. Doubles back. Across the back post, well defended. Throw into Lille. Nice little flick back. Oh, he's through. Got away from the defender. Cut inside. Gonna lose the chance. Shot blocked. Waited too long. Really good tempo to this game, both sides. Showing a lot of energy and willingness to move the ball vertically, especially quickly in transition. Oh, there's the ball through. He looked outside. Great save. Big chances, big saves, both ends of the pitch. Order to Lille, played short. Ooh, almost fell again. Giroud takes a chunk out of the defender. Who got the ball first? Ooh, yeah. Ah, yeah. That would hurt. Definitely looked like foot and ankle took a real beating on that one. Dunk coming on. Romain Perrault coming off. Had Perrault in a couple of my FIFA Manager modes. A quick view of the traveling Lille fans made the for a trip south, I think it is. In their netted cage in the corner. Interested to oh, gets past his man into space, 4-on-3. The shot straight at the goalkeeper. Banner there from the banner from the LOSC fans. I wonder, probably talking about mentioning Nantes and Paris. I wonder if it's about the stadium bans for like the no Rennes fans in Nantes today for the Breton derby. And as far as I understand it, there will be no PSG fans in Marseille tomorrow for Le Classique. The solidarity from the active fan groups in Lens against collective punishment, often very common around ultras. Oof. This in comparison to Lille. Only about 30 kilometers separating Lens and Lille. Lille to the north of Lens. Touch off the side, kept it in. Around the corner, excellent work there by Lens. Oh, beautiful work. Lille away into space. Pardo. Crossed in, back to the back post. What a save! And the follow-up smashed wide. What an unbelievable save there. He can't believe it. Fought off the first one, second one wide. Haraldson. Save Haraldson. Just, that's how close it was. Just missed that top corner. Great energy in this game. Both sides creating chances. Watching the Lens and Lille, the Northern Derby in France. Another good takeaway by Lille there. Looking dangerous in transition, coming back the other way, cutting inside. Ball inside. Straight away. Then Taleb wins the header. Lille get possession back. Back to the back post. Haraldson gets it back across. Cleared away. Lille win it back at the top of the box. Great ball. Oh, read well by the defender. Lost charging forward. Ball over the top. It's a foot race. Keeper gets there and gets enough of it to get it out. Both teams kind of living on the edge so far. All action in the Derby de Nord. No foul. Lille coming forward again. The near side. Good chip ball. Through it stopped. Comes back to Bentaleb. Oh! Almost found Haraldson. Just couldn't quite control it. Haraldson, some point blank miss again. $78 more views until I reach 1,000 views. Not bad. Appreciate everyone who's stopped by. Extra shout out to Oro for stopping by almost every day now. Well wide from Tavan there. 25 minutes gone in Lens. Rain not dampening the spirits of the crowd here. Right up for the big derby. All breaking the line. Doing a pretty good job of creating space. Get out there. So Van blocked away for a corner. Not much to separate the two so far. Both teams starting very strongly. Going on the ribs. Rainy and windy in Lens. And the near post is touched in! 1-0 loss. And the home team get the lead in the Northern Derby. Have to see. Just kind of found its way through there. Bit of a crazy goal there. Not sure how that got in. Let's see one more chance. Might be an own goal against Giroud. Wow, I can just see the rain coming down in sheets now. Lost fans bringing the tifo back out after the goal, behind the goal where they scored there. See, it's just crazy rain now in LOSC, just absolutely pouring down in the wind. Maybe putting the tifo back up to shield everyone from the rain. Seems to be kind of getting away from them a little bit there. Lost on the attack again. "30 minutes gone." Amazing atmosphere in LOSC. In the pouring rain. Oh, beautiful around the corner. Didn't back himself for pace. Can he get the ball through? Just swarmed by the LOSC defenders. Ball down the line. Bentaleb does well there. Wins the ball back and controls. Amazing noise at the Stade Bollaert de Lille and at Lens. Loose touch there, cheered by the home fans. Throw to Lens. Definitely tells some of the ultras are got the balaclavas on. Or I guess more specifically, I should say, can see some ultras in there because you don't know who they are. Here come the flares all along that far stand there. Big pyro from the Lens fans now behind the goal as well. 30 minutes in. Definitely an intense cauldron in Lens tonight. Flares on every stand. Guess the benefit of having 3 curvas in your stadium. Will be a free kick to Lille there. The goal kick, or for the keeper's kick being partially blocked there. Might be smoked out here in a second as well. Yeah, ref's just slowing things down here to let the Smoke clear a little bit. Epic scenes. Epic scenes at the Stade Balearic. Ref just giving the second for all the smoke to clear from the huge Lens pyro show. Now they got the Tifo organized behind the goal there. Taking it down again. Oh, did I not? Apologies, I thought I'd given Lille their goal. I have not. What am I doing? No. Everything properly. There we go. 1-0 to Lens. Not 0-0. Incredible scenes, incredible atmosphere in Lens. Oh, in response between the different stands. Man, between the smoke and the rain. Getting hard to see the far stand there. But can definitely hear them. Ooh. Free kick and a yellow card. Not the worst challenge I've seen. Short. Load on the side, ball into the near post. Goal kick. Just absolutely pouring down rain. Darson will take the corner here. Bentaleb short. Gets it into the box. Get it away and loss. Cuts inside. Haraldson wins the free kick. Foul against Thauvin. It's bouncing. Been warm. Probably not keeping dry. Absolute deluge in the north of France here. Only about 30 kilometers between Lille and Lens. Still trying to play out from the back. Another chance for Lille. Oh! Didn't hesitate there. Good interception high up the pitch. All inside, able to step onto it and just slapped it wide. Kind of getting under it, flashing it away. Great interception, but Lille still win the ball. Carlson. Free kick to Lille. Foul. To the goal. Looked like an own goal, but hard to tell from the any of the angles we've seen definitively. It looked like a Giroud own goal, but apparently been credited to Udinese so far. Bentaleb will take the corner from the near side here. Herhaltsen got there. To whip a ball in, fought off by the keeper at the near post. Another corner to Lille. Absolute downpour in Lens. Cleared away. Loose ball. Hold up on the wet turf for Bentaleb there. Turnover, no foul. 2-on-1. Overplayed the ball. Still have the chance. And Floria Tova makes it 2-0 to Lens. They didn't have a goal at either of the first two, or in either of the meetings last season. I imagine VAR will be checking this. There's a decent chance that it might get called back. Oh man, with all the time in the world to pick a spot. Easy finish. Will be interesting to see the VAR check though, because it did kind of look like a foul. Great camera angle. Taking out the camera in the far corner. Hoffs fans loving it. The rain not dampening their spirits. Go. It is gonna stand. Do we see him? It does. So it was no foul, just caught on the ball. Almost had no goals in the both the derbies between these two last season. 2 goals in the first half. Interesting to see a replay of what happened there. Jeez, look at the rain. It's pouring down. But not dampening the spirits of that crowd whatsoever. Was a high boot, but he didn't actually kick the player. He kicked the ball. Granted, kicked the ball basically right against the player's head, but forward. Carlson. The far stand is absolutely bouncing. Pardo just blows the tire and falls all on his own. LOSC fans enjoying that. Ball down the line. Throw into LOSC there. Just blowing a tire. 2.5 minutes to go. Thereabouts. Stoppage time in the first half here. Got a man over if he can get it there. A little touch around the defender. Comes across. Couldn't get break into the box though. Ankare. Put into space on the left side here. Tried to put it around the corner. Free kick to Lille. And he wins the free kick this time. Love having a terrace there on the far side. Be able to see the fans more clearly than you often are able to with them behind the goals there. Touch into space for Haraldson. Still making good progress down the right wing here. Not enough on that on the wet turf. Corner. Oh! Left the ball, but good tackle to recover, but he's offside anyway. Dangerous there. Had to make sure he got that right. Well, I guess it was going to be an offside. Half time. In the rain and loss. 1-0. Sorry, 2-0 loss at halftime. What has been an absolutely fantastic Northern Derby so far. Been very close, but Milan's making their chances count. Get that so I don't have to listen to the ads. Take a quick look around the leagues. I know there's a couple other games going on. See if anything else is looking interesting at the moment. Fulham leading Brentford 2-1 at the half. Damsgaard opened the scoring for Brentford. Iwobi and Wilson with a pair of goals in 2 minutes for Fulham. Early before the half. Game in Italy. AC Milan leading Udinese 2-0. Christian Pulisic minutes before the half, and Yusuf Fofana getting the second goal in the first minute of the second half. 2-0 Milan lead Udinese. There are games going on right now. Nuremberg and Bochum 0-0. I would be covering that game, but the zone so kind as to not be using their second Bundesliga rights fully, even though Nuremberg Bochum is actually a pretty tough game. Former Giant versus Bundesliga regular down in the second division. See if they changed their mind and gave, and no, it doesn't look like it. It'd be really nice if the zone would actually make full use of their rights. So I can actually watch these all of these Zweite Bundesliga games. The Magdeburg Schalke game on morning, 6 a.m. my time. Tomorrow, Dresden and Hanover. I can probably watch that one before I go live on my stream here. Schalke against Firth. 6th. Berg against Hertha on the 20th. That'd be Friday to Sunday, I imagine. Anderlecht against Antwerp. 0-0 there. Royal Sporting Club, Anderlecht, and Royal Antwerp Football Club. It's a battle of Belgian royalty. We'll turn that one off. We'll take a look at what's going on in the Milan game during halftime. Udinese, Milan. I think I'd have a third goal for Milan just now. It's Pulisic through the legs of the defender, under the goalkeeper. Yeah, second for Pulisic. Milan starting to run away with it a little bit. Yeah, right back in just a minute. back again. Brentford coming back. And we got on, you can see right now, we got Udinese hosting Milan. Almost 60 minutes gone there. It's 3-0 Milan. Our goals from Pulisic. Pulisic? I don't know. Great weekend of derbies in France. This weekend we had the Bretagne derby this morning, not hosting Rennes. Rennes had a 2-0 lead at halftime, but not fighting all the way back to get a equalizer in the 96th minute. Milan are through again here. Pulisic can't quite get the ball through. Fantastic defending there. Underway. Fulham again. Le Classique tomorrow. Marseille hosting Paris. PSG, I should say, specifically now that Paris FC are also in the French League. Well, it's apart from the Udinese faithful. Even down 3 goals. Modric, a great switch out to Salamakers on this near side. Ball in, headed over. Keep doing a good job there. Back to coverage in Lens. Lille fans still bouncing and singing. Gonna make the 30-kilometer trip south, you might as well make it a party. Fulham score. It's an own goal. Ethan Pinnock, I think. Just couldn't handle the cross. Tough one for Brentford there. Tried to head it away, ended up just heading it into his own goal. Good finish. Tried to get over the bar. Picks the top corner instead. Oh, just kind of off his back. Terrible luck for the defender there. Looks like he tried to get out of the way. Just hitting him. Of course, the boos for the returning Lille players from the LOSC crowd. Fantastic atmosphere. Absolutely fantastic atmosphere in Lens. Watching the Derby du Nord. Last game of the day here for the Saturday in Europe. Job heading it back to the goalkeeper there. Game starting with a good pace like it had in the first half. Ooh. No foul, though. They'll play on. Lens fans unhappy. Sahraoui pushing the back, free kick to Lille. Jump by Lens to win it back high up the pitch. Oh, tons of space. Let it run. Well stopped. There's the rebound and it's 3-0 to Lens. Fofana. Didn't look like there was a ton in that. Keeper fought it off. Just into the danger zone. Fofana getting it just across the line. Be a VAR check here. I don't know if it's for the foul in the build-up, potential foul in the build-up. That doesn't seem like a very useful one hand on the back, but probably could have regained his footing, but when he saw the Lens player was going to get it, it looks like he decided to... Whoa, down he go. Whoa, down he goes. Another giveaway. Another chance for Lens to come forward and counterattack. Find a space on the near side here. Then along the touchline. Ooh, taken down. Free kick to Lens in a good position. Van over the free kick for Lens here. Good ball, headed on. Knocked away Tovan again at the near post. Corner kick. No. Goal kick. Interesting. Would look like a corner. Bar check. Gonna continue. 57 minutes gone. The rain's let up a bit in Lens. Not sure if it's raining still or just not absolutely pouring down rain in sheets anymore. Good ball down the side. Out of bounds. Good ball to Haraldson in behind. Can he find the way through? Well cleared, but right back to Haraldson. He just gives it right back to Lens. I'll lay it for a throw. Haraldson coming off. Lost win the ball again in midfield. Charging forward. Great ball into the middle. Tavon looking for the far post. Probably going wide, but the keeper being safe. Whoa. The flares and the fireworks out again at the Stade Palais. Come on. Ball punch by the keeper. Great pyro from the Lost fans. Ball into the back post, headed down. Takes in his feet, taken down, no penalty, won the ball. That'll be a free kick. Lille. Fofana off. Alton Edouard coming on. Aguilar off. Abdul Hamid coming on. Got a man across if he can find him. Tovan can't quite direct it on target. It could have been 4. Hands on head for the Lens fans there. All alone at the back post. Little shift. Find the space. Just couldn't get his foot around it. Free kick to Lens. Giroud with the foul. Aerial shots of the Stade Bollard seem to be a little bit far and few between. Few and far between. Corner to Lille. Down. Shot blocked. Now it's a foot race and Lens away. Pushed over the ball, but no foul. Right on the left here. Here come Lille again on the near side. On the line. Through. Deflected up into the box. Drop here. Good work by Lille on that far side. Ball in. For a corner. taking no risks. Saying it went out, so goal kick to Lens. Kind of stepped over the ball, left it behind. Side off for Guilavogui. Guilavogui, the former St. Pauli striker. Made the move in the summer to Lens. 7 Bundesliga goals for him. Beautiful touch around by Topin. Followed up his run with a pass through, though. Lost throw again. Guilavogui just fired it wide. Probably should have looked over for Thauvin as the rain is back again. Had a break after halftime, but pouring rain down in Lens again. Probably not a terrible idea to try, but fired well wide there. Thauvin maybe wouldn't have had a clear-cut opportunity either. Bentaleb off for Mbappe. Little Mbappe. Real Madrid's number 9, Lille's number 8. Ethan Mbappe getting the winner last weekend for Lille, a late winner after a late equalizer, got an even later winner. See the hard hat there, mining country here, Lens in northern France. So you come on in. Gigaman. We're looking at a bit sore on the bench there for Le Classique. Marseille away are hosting PSG. Great weekend for derbies in France. Derby Breton this morning. Rennes against Nantes. That one ended 2-2 with Lady Equalizer from Nantes. Look at that. Gets the defenders out of the way, taking each other out. It did hit his hand, but not too much you could really do about that. Kind of funny as the security holding a net up to block any projectiles from the fans hitting the corner taker. Mobile net blocking duty there. Beautiful turn against Edouard. A good ball in, good turn. Can't pass the defender. Cuts back, still holding on here. Ooh, Igamane tried the overhead kick, but all the way out. Lille will regroup here. It's a bit over 10 minutes to go. For kick to Lille. Quick restart. Go kick to Lens. Ooh, good job to jump the pass, but couldn't take possession away. Definitely a foul there. Great defending, take the ball from Igamane. Block, but only as far as the keeper. You're still trying to work opportunity here. Lens still a big threat in transition. Kovan with the big switch. Too much and too far. Had time and space on that side if he been on target. I guess in addition to Umtiti retiring at 31, Rennes retired at 32. Born in Lille, former Lens player. Edouard. Good defending. Never looked like beating the Lille defender there. All that way to the side here. Well taken by the defender. Over. Dangerous playing out from the back, and Lille turn it over high up the pitch here. Inside. Again. Lost in transition. Thauvin, the danger man. 5-on-4 for Lens here. Several men in the box. Finds the Lille defender. No one really showing for Pardo. Lille slow in the transition. Then Guy and Thauvin off. Villa and Sotoka coming on. Lille free kick. Not a bad delivery. A little bit behind Igaman. Good ball down the right channel here. Offside. Just about. Oh. Maybe not even, but looks like it in the end. Harris is bouncing at the Bollard. '88th minute. Come on, come on. Good little touch. Touch done one more time. Cross and well blocked. Lille unable to open up a shooting lane. Third corner for Lille. Oh, great ball. Just a good idea, but just too far. And it's a stoppage time here. Lille have had a couple of late shows this season, but well, went against Mbappe. Throw into Lille. Not on the same page there. The lost players. Lille right back at it again. The white space. Can you get a good ball in? Hacked away well by Sar. You'll continue to fight for an opportunity, but a thrilling game and a great atmosphere here in Lens, but just kind of dragging its way to the end now. Big money. Just a damn well controlled scissor kick volley, but pretty much right into the face of the defender, point blank range. Great tackle there. And then just a dreadful cross to no one. Oof. Good control. Got the strike, but just right into the defender's face. Cartambemba. I don't know how we ended up in the 119th minute. Let's give up on the clock. 20 seconds left. Crossed in, well cleared. And the roar goes up from the Stade Boléard de Lille. De Lille. De Lille. Stade Boléard de Lille. The Breton derby ending in a 2-2 draw. The last second equalizer for Nantes. Lost with a very convincing win in the derby in front of an absolutely rockin' Stade Boléard. Well, thank you to all the 198 people who gave me views even just for a second day. Almost 1,000 almost 1,000 views on the channel now. Thanks to Oro for stopping in and chatting with me for a few hours. Definitely appreciate my regular. Yeah. Reach out. Freiburg beating Bremen quite handily today. 3-0 the final score there. Grass Ballers, Rasenballsport Leipzig beating Koln 3-1. Pretty good game, but not too tightly contested in the end. And Lens beating Lille handily in the Derby du Nord. Also had stopped in temporarily between the first and second German games. We were in Brittany, not hosting the Breton Derby. Rennes led 2-0 at halftime. But Nantes coming back and getting a 96th minute equalizer, and the Derby 2-2. United beating Chelsea 2-1. Player sent off there. Casemiro getting the winning goal for United and then getting sent off. SV getting their first win back in the Bundesliga, 2-1 win over Hoffenheim in Hamburg. Mainz comprehensively dismantling Augsburg. Yeah, for 4-1 or 4-0 was the final. I think it was 4-1. I think Augsburg got one back. And Bayern winning on the strength of a Harry Kane hat trick over Hoffenheim. We'll be back tomorrow, 3:30 Central European Time, 8:30 Central Standard Time in Canada and the US. For Frankfurt, Eintracht Frankfurt against Union Berlin in Frankfurt. That'll be a great game, great atmosphere. Two of the best sets of fans in German football. Also keep an eye on Cremonese Parma for Jamie Vardy's home debut for Cremonese. And Paris FC in Strasbourg or Torino and Atalanta as well. We'll see. We'll see what it looks like. Leverkusen Gladbach, mini Rhine Derby, one of the smaller Rhine Derby. Leverkusen hosting. Yeah, middle game, 10:30 kickoff Central Standard Time, 5:30 kickoff in Germany. And the 7:30 late game in Germany, Dortmund hosting Wolfsburg at the Westfalenstadion. Also keeping an eye on Arsenal and Man City in the 10:30 time slot during the Leverkusen game. And the late game starting about, there'll probably be about half an hour left in the Dortmund-Wolfsburg game. They'll pick up the Classique. PSG making the trip down to the south coast of France to face Olympique Marseille in the biggest rivalry match in France. The two good derbies today, Breton Derby and the Derby du Nord. It's La Classique, Marseille and PSG. But we'll start the day in Frankfurt. My first little match of the day, Frankfurt against Union Berlin. The atmosphere will be rocking no matter how the game goes. Looking forward to that. Thanks to the 198 views today. Thanks for Oro for stopping in and being a champ, keeping me company. And I'll catch you all tomorrow. Remember, football as community, not as commodity. Meant to bring us together. Consume,